Hello. Welcome to Star War. We're all in a Star War. Star Wars Thunderous Applause. We are playing a session where all of the players are Jedi of some way, shape, or form. We'll be using the Powers by the Apocalypse hack for Star Wars. And we are playing roughly at the very, very, very end, the tail end of the Grand Army of the Republic's war with the CIS, so the Clone Wars. So if everyone wants to go around the table and introduce themselves, your character you're playing, and I would like you to tell us all just why your particular Jedi was assigned to the Outer Rim territories prior to the Outer Rim sieges. Why were you sent out there? Why were you given such a almost non-combat assignment that has now become more of a combat assignment? Any order you guys want to go on is fine with me.
I am Provo, a Toong, which is Ben Quadnaros' species, Jedi Sentinel, and Toong are naturally a little more loners, apparently, according to their backgrounds. So they're more of a tight family thing. So I would have requested to be assigned to the Outer Rim if possible, just because I'm not the sort of person who wants to be in a big city generally around a lot of strangers.
Fair. What kind of Jedi are you?
Sentinel.
Sentinel. Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Slow down. Your turn.
I'm Jedediah Windmill, the Nautilin Guardian Jedi. I was on the Outer Rim because though I spend most of my time becoming one with the Force, I spent some of my time becoming one with the Senator's wife.
I see. All right.
Underwater hijinks.
Underwater hijinks.
Underwater hijinks.
I mean,
what stays underwater, what happens underwater stays underwater, except when it doesn't.
Yeah, that's true. Hi, I'm playing Kars Ratan. He's a Keldor Jedi Sentinel, assigned to the Outer Rim, both because he's used to being from an inhospitable, lightly traveled world, and also generally eschews combat, not a big fighter. So this seemed like a solid outpost for Kars.
All right. I am Breeb Wumbu because random name generators are fun. I am a Celestin, to no one's surprise, Jedi Guardian. I got sent to the Outer Rim because I protect the little folks, and there were some higher ups that didn't like my protection. I thought I was protecting the wrong people, even though it definitely wasn't.
Chat. I am leaving the same. Let me go. I'll keep going. I'll put it in as we go. Sorry. Just go about your business. I'll put it in here in a moment.
I'm Duolingo Consular. I saw a lot of action at the beginning of the uprising with the CIS. A little too much violence for my tastes, and have decided to take a step back and hope that this move to the Outer Rim would be an opportunity to sustain democracy. You know, just throwing it out there.
All right.
Shaggy is here.
So, there's a few other Jedi in your group. I'm kind of getting them put together right now as we go because I forgot to do that part. But you're all under the command of Master Vel Karliss. They're a Pantoran. They are a Jedi Master. All of you are knights or lower in rank. Karliss is been around for a while. They have a little bit of before the Clone War started, they were known primarily as someone who had basically guaranteed they were never going to reach the council by outwardly disagreeing with some of the methods. Some people even called them gray, meaning that they had chosen to not completely follow the tenets of the Jedi Council, which they, as a more scholarly individual, hey Shaggy, scholarly individual and more of a adjudicator and a negotiator, they felt like they have felt largely like the Jedi have gone far to a more militaristic stance, which, as they have pointed out repeatedly, this is the ebb and the flow of the light side of the living force, the light side of the force, and that things will come back around eventually. They're well known for the fact that they have only ignited their lightsaber on 5 occasions. They choose to negotiate almost as a rule rather than an exception. They're also well known as being someone who associated with other Jedi who may have been more in that gray area. Were friends with Qui-Gon Jinn, associates with, had done numerous kind of fact-finding with this. Also a Jedi Master that never took an apprentice. And they were also well known right before the Clone Wars, which came out, and why they would possibly are on the Outer Rim is they were very, very good friends with Count Dooku. And there are rumors within the Order that they actually were planning on leaving the Order around the same time Dooku did. But chose to stay for reasons that were personal. And then before they could leave, they basically may or may not have been, this is just scuttlebutt, have been slightly pressured into staying for the idea that to leave might be seen as an admission of dissident guilt. So that's your commander. She is an older Pantoran woman. Her skin is so light blue that it's bordering on pink. She has markings across her skin that usually Pantorans would wear to denote their house or lineage. Hers are her own. She explains that she has no house or lineage, so when she chooses to take a Padawan, she will request they wear the same markings, as that would be the beginning of her house. So far, prior to the Outer Rim sieges, a lot of the work you did was negotiating and maintaining the peace. There was very little armed conflict because you had no clone forces out here. You were operating out of an area called Starlight Beacon, are the remains and repair remains of Starlight Beacon. Starlight Beacon was a long-range sensor platform created during the High Republic that the Nihil, during that confrontation and war, destroyed most of, leaving a debris field around the planet. I'm trying to remember the name of the two planets because there's two planets that kind of go around this area, and I think I had them and then erased them for some reason. That the Republic was constantly keeping from going into all out war. They are Erum and Irano. Starlight Beacon was a large platform and kind of for lack of a better term, very much in the vein of Deep Space Nine. Decimated and destroyed, it was being rebuilt again as a joint effort with the Jedi Council, the New Republic, or the Republic, let's put it that way, and Iram and Irano. The interesting thing is they were rebuilding it by modular pieces. So as these were being constructed on their planets, they were being installed. You've been out there for some time. The Outer Rim sieges don't occur until literally the very end of the Clone Wars. They've only been going on for about 9 months. At that point, the primary ship in your area, the capital ship, was the Dauntless. The Dauntless is captained by Kendall Ozzel. And you have been, I guess for lack of a better term, assigned the 303rd Exploitory Force, which is a battalion commanded by the clone commander, Commander Rev, who is an ARC trooper. That's kind of primarily what the buildup is. Like I said, there's a few other Jedi in your group. There's also a Duros who works closely with Vel Karliss as kind of the overall mechanic of your ships, kind of your go-to person when it comes to care and repair of your vessels, and then kind of in some ways like acquiring technology that's needed. You're not exactly sure. You know, this Duros named Span might be a little shady, but they seem very friendly. Any questions before we kind of get into it?
No, not yet.
Get into it.
I'm into it.
All right. I would ask your characters then how they feel about your commanding officer. Well, here, I'll put it this way. Two questions. How do you feel about... have you guys done your history checks with one another, by the way?
We haven't.
Okay, let's do that first. Go around the table and figure out how you... what your history or relationships are with one another, please.
Ben, can you remind me where that is on the sheet? I'm sorry, or it's in the packet, right?
Yep,
It's on your second page.
Yep.
Normally,
it says
bottom
HX.
box.
HX.
It's below gear on each of the playbooks.
Okay.
If you want to tell those guys in the Discord,
Yeah.
is that today, or am I just so far behind?
The thing that just came up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll
You can tell them they can jump into this game if they want.
That's for later. That's for later today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
All right, so just so you can go through and kind of explain how you want to go through your relationships.
All right. Jedi Dia is involved in criminal activities, and I've let them off the hook more than once. So, got a +1 with me.
All right. So while we've been out here, we'll say Cars has once followed my orders, even though they thought it was a bad idea. So he gets history +2 with me. Everyone else gets +0.
Oh yeah, and everybody else is -1 with me because my life is secrets and deceit, apparently.
Cut my life into pieces. These are my denim shorts.
Duolingo has openly mocked the Jedi Code in front of me.
What?
Wow. Dual. Oof. You can do a lot, but mocking the code. Oof.
So we are HX -1.
Okay.
I mean, I mostly thought it was funny. Like, I didn't really take it seriously.
It wasn't not fun.
Or were you not entertained?
Yeah, like it's, you joke around about your job. It's just normal.
I sense a dangerous power within Jebediah Windmill that I need to better understand. And okay, that doesn't give. Okay, am I totally off? I'm. Are we using the Omega edition or no? Which edition are we using?
I had the playbooks PG-13.
Yeah, the PG-13.
PDF.
I don't think they're that different.
It doesn't matter terribly.
Well, it just doesn't give me a modifier
minus.
for it.
Oh,
This is not the rules that you're looking for.
I will figure out what that is and let you know, Joel. I'm sorry.
So if Provo is +2 to me, does that make me +2 to him as well?
No.
Oh, I think
Or
it's
all individual?
I think it's individualized.
Okay.
yeah.
In which case, I'm also going to have had an experience where cars followed my orders, even though they were a terrible idea.
I love following orders. So what is that? What is it? I get +2 with you for that?
Yeah.
Or, okay.
Cars is +2, Duolingo is -1, everyone else is +0.
Okay. I think I don't have anything with Duo yet, so I'll say that Duo helped me solve an ancient mystery that was plaguing the Baron Du, and you get +2 with it.
Everyone are all done?
I think so.
All right. All right. I am putting the donation incentives in the chat. They're going to be very similar to the ones that we used during D&D. Just changed up a little bit. I will also put them in the private chat in case anyone wants to use them there. All right. We are using flashbacks. Each of you have one, and I would allow for the group to have one montage as well. And of course, the Devil's Deal. This is for you, Nate. It's always on the table. All right. Your other Jedi that are also here are an Irian Jedi, and the Irian look like a mini-eyed cephalopod that's roughly the size of a person. And this being is known as Crofton Evol. And they're kind of a dick, but they're excellent at long-term navigation and calculation. Also, they're an above-average pilot, and it could be just because they have 8 arms or tendrils. One of the others is known as Polis, but their name is actually a set of elaborate hand gestures. They are a Polis Masan, and that species does not speak. And then last but not least is a Thunderous Jedi named Bibbin Tindley. The Thunderous are... So, does everyone know who the Polis Mon are?
No.
They're kind of like cutesy little looking dudes who have like very, like almost nothing faces because they wear little masks.
Yeah, they kind of look like the traditional like gray alien.
Yeah, kind of. Just like spindly, short.
But they wear pants
Okay.
and shirts.
Yeah. And then the Thunderous, well, here, I can probably just show you a picture. I just have to scroll up. Got to get back to the P's. And I went all the way to the H. All right. All right. I'm going to show you what the Polis and Masan look like. I'm going to share my screen.
Perfect.
There they are.
Okay, yeah. Oh, they're cute little guys.
They're just little guys.
There's little guys.
They are. They don't speak. So they're like no doubt.
I was just going to make that joke.
I know what they're saying.
I was just trying to figure out, do I just, I don't know.
Like, do I just jump in there and do it, or do I?
I haven't slept
You
since.
don't tell me.
No, I'm not that short. That's fine.
And then the Tunroth, which was the race I was looking for earlier. Finally found a picture right there.
Mm-hmm.
They're beefy boys and gals. And then that is what the Eerie look like.
Eerie.
Yeah, they got a big old ring of teeth mouths that they're on their bottom pieces. They're on their bottom.
That would suck. Like, you'd think it'd get full like
Boy, does
stuff off the ground.
This particular one, Crafty Ball uses a set of like a little exosuit with like spindly robot legs to keep its mouth off the floor because it finds that disgusting.
As it should.
it's fair.
All right. Let's
Oh,
get Star Wars Crank. Yes.
It says at the end, find the character with the highest history and ask them what stat is most interesting and highlight it.
Yep.
So, Bree, what's my most interesting stat?
You're pretty cool.
I'm pretty cool. What does highlighting do?
You get experience when you use the stat.
So generally, you get experience when you fail at a stat.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I will be very experienced.
And then you're
This-
supposed to have. Then you're supposed to have me do one too, Ben.
Oh, I'm supposed to have you do one.
Says the MC will have you highlight a second stat too.
Hat. Why don't you highlight hat?
Cool and hot.
You're cool and hot.
I'm cool and hot. I'm hot and I'm cold. I'm yes and I'm no. I'm up and I'm down.
There you go. You're back, baby.
Back, baby.
So my last question to kind of go around is, what are all of your feelings on the master that you're following? Just kind of give me like a 3 adjective feeling towards this person. Are they trustworthy, eccentric, that kind of thing. It's a tiny snippet. You ain't lying.
Suspicious, but benefit of the doubt, and done right by me so far.
Perfect. That's exactly okay. That sounds good.
I think Karst is like peaceful, worrisome, and dangerous.
I think he's trustworthy, but weak.
She.
She? Oh, my bad. I think she is trustworthy, but weak.
Okay.
I think that she has good instincts, but they're clouded by her personal feelings.
I just realized how much James looks like a librarian version of Balin Skull.
That's Duolingo to a T.
Yeah.
But you look more like an owl.
I don't mean to brag, but there is a method to my madness.
Duolingo is just a big green owl.
Hooty hoo.
I find her to be very patient because I know I can be a lot.
Okay, that's great. All you guys killed it. Okay,
And she puts up with it.
I would also ask, since you've done history with all the rest of you, please pick either Biblin Tinley, elaborate hand gesture, or Polis, Craft and Eval, Captain Ozzel, or Commander Rev, who you have the closest relationship to and why. I'm sorry, you could put Span and Karliss in there as well.
I'm going to say Rev.
Okay.
We just tend to be in the field a lot together. And much like Karst, we have had some goofy adventures that were maybe unnecessary.
Perfect.
Who's Rev again?
He's the ARC commander of the battalion.
Okay.
Sorry, I know it's a lot. I'm throwing a lot of names at you.
No, I just want to make sure.
I think I'm closest to Devon. We just,
Who's Devon? Who's Devon?
not Devon. The Timbley. What the hell was the first name there?
Bibbin Tindley.
Biven. Okay.
Bibbin Dimley.
Bibbin Tindley.
Sounds like a British aphorism.
They're just
Like, oh, I've had it quite a few times. I'm Bibbin Timbley.
Oh, Bibbin Tindley.
Oh, Bibbin Timbley.
They understand that I'm a solitary sort of person, and are really good about those boundaries, and as such, we've actually gotten closer as a result. So.
Tindley is like Thunderous are big anyway. I kind of didn't mention that they are very also like inward, do a lot of meditation. Most of the time they're not being asked to do something, you find them practicing their skill with their blade as a form of meditation. They also have a tendency to pick support personnel on the station and hunt them, just to see if they can sneak up on them and tap them.
Oh,
Because that's a big component of who Thunderous are. They're in Star Wars, in the West End games, they were known as being exceptional hunters, and they, rather than being bounty hunters, they would be skip tracers, which basically are bail bondsmen.
Get you every time.
Yep, and they had an ability where they could basically find you if they got a piece of who you are. They have an innate connection with the Force where they could just track you across the galaxy.
Since Warrior mentioned it, Matt, what should be highlighted?
I think sharp.
Okay, and Ben?
That's a great question. Great question you've got over there. I think cool.
Okay.
All right, so I would say I've got a connection with Commander Rev, as someone who is good at being a protector and knowing what needs to be done.
Excellent.
And then Matt, you would also need to give me a skill, as will Ben.
For Breeb, I'm going to say sharp.
All right.
And I would say cool.
Okay.
Perfect.
Duo, don't you have to do the same thing?
Yeah, I need to do the same thing with Jedediah.
I'm going to put yours, Duo, in hard.
Okay. And Jedediah.
I'm going to go with trust your instincts, the attuned.
Okay.
Excellent work. Who's left? Who had to choose somebody?
I didn't really have anybody who was highest with me, so if anybody just wants to give me something.
Provo, I'm going to give you Q.
Okay.
I'm going to give you hard.
Hard.
Yeah, you are.
Like ice. Cool and hard.
Daily and nightly.
Will it ever stop?
Ever so rightly.
Does anybody left to do their NPC?
Yeah, I haven't done my NPC yet.
Okay.
I think Kars would. I think Kars would be closest to "You Does Not Speak," little Polish guy.
Elaborate hand gesture?
Elaborate hand gesture.
Or just Polis?
Or just Polis. I think the sort of. I think they find some commonality in their like archaeological, chronological. That's kind of a big Keldor thing. They keep the archives, so I think that they kind of vibe on the librarian tip, and relate that way through elaborate hand gestures.
Excellent. Duo, are you left?
Yeah, I haven't said anything. I think that Duolingo identifies most with Span, mostly because he's a source of information, and information is knowledge in this area of the galaxy is the most powerful thing.
Yes, and so one thing to remember too is you're not in like a heavily populated area. While you've got 2 populated planets there, you are on the very, very, very edge of the Outer Rim. One reason Starlight Beacon was so important during the High Republic is because it was shooting signals out into unknown space, as well as a jump point for hyperspace lane pathfinders. They were jumping out hoping to find more lanes, and hence the reason that the Nihil attacked it and tried to cut it off for the Republic in general, because it also was a way for these travelers who went further out and were finding civilizations and planets to find their way back. It was supposed to be a big way station. All right. Please tell me who has their own ETA and who is on the shuttle.
I'll have an ETA.
Okay.
Oh, I'll see.
Yeah. I'll be on the shuttle.
Can we all have them or no?
Yes.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah,
I'll fly around.
Sure.
Everybody in an ETA dies.
I gotta hop on the Fitzgerald.
And then well for Plo Koon, that's for sure.
Oh, it's problem.
Duo, were you on an ETA or were you on the
Yeah,
shuttle?
ETA.
Okay. So we jump in finally after me babbling for 30 minutes. We jump in mid combat. Three massive, I should say, two Lucre Hulks and a munificent class ship have jumped into the same area as the Starlight Beacon and the Dauntless, and it's just an all-out attack. What do you want to do? You aren't under the command of Rev. You kind of all act as independent agents in this respect. Do you want to attack the fighters or do you want to attack a capital ship?
I'd like to roll a tune and trust my instincts.
Well, go right ahead.
I'm rolling that many plus dice, right? For your plus stat.
Yeah, you roll your 2d6 and then add your score.
Oh, you add the total score? I thought
You add whatever your score is in your stat and then roll 2 dice and add that to it.
Oh, you add it to each of the dice.
No, just to the total dice. So if you have a 3, you roll, yeah, like
so if I rolled a 6 and a 3 and I have plus 3 for that, it would be a 12.
Yeah,
you roll
you're
6
thinking
and a 3,
Tales from the Loop, maybe.
Yeah. So you roll a 6 and a 3, that's 9. You add 3, that's your stat. You would have a 12.
Okay.
And remember,
Sorry.
it's a consequence success game.
Yeah, I was thinking Tales from the Loop. Where
No, it's hard.
I
I mean, when you play a weekend full of games, it's like, what are we doing?
Yeah. Okay, 12.
12. You seem to have an innate ability in combat to get a good idea of what's going on around you. And as you watch this Lucre Hulk just spew fighters out of it that are strafing across the Dauntless, and these hyena bombers that are heading towards the Starlight Beacon, which you all well know does not really have offensive weapon capabilities, and its shield generator is old. It's one of the things that was next on the list to be replaced. So it's functional, pretty much. The only thing that has actually been good when you guys have been hit by hit and run attacks is the fact that it's been rebuilt so compartmentalized that they just have the support crew, which is about 270 people that are coming from planet side basically to work, move towards areas, and then they just compartmentalize and shrink the shield system down because they can replace the parts that get destroyed. That's kind of how it's looked at. This is looked at right now by the Republic as a strategic military point that needs to be held. Now the sieges have begun, or that are coming to an end anyway. So you basically see two options. You can go after those hyena bombers and keep them off the station, or you can go after the Lucre Hulk that's disgorging. It kind of depends on whether you want to be more protective or more aggressive.
My inclination is to be protected because these are Lucre Hulks. We're talking about like the big like
Yep.
We're talking like
They're massive capital ships.
Fighters. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna
There's
do what
two
I
of
can.
them. There's two of them, and there's a munificent class. I think they're munificent class. They're like the big gunships.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can remember. Star Wars.
Yeah, they're kind of, they look like ovals, like flat on the bottom and like the kind of domed here, and then they have like the tail fin. They kind of look like what do you call this? Like flash grenades, essentially.
So they're a little big for our little starfighters.
This is a full blown like Hail Mary
assault. Yeah.
Situation. You're getting the impression that this is like this fleet is just roaring back through in order to hit as much on the way back towards the mid rim as possible.
Lucre Hulks can deploy like over 1,000.
Yes, it is spewing out fighters. Here, just for a idea, I don't mind sharing what a munificent looks like. There you go.
Oh,
and then a Lucre Hulk.
Yeah. And there's two of those.
Yep.
That's great.
And you are a battle group, and the headship of your battle group is a Venator class Star Destroyer, which is this beautiful, beautiful boy known as the Dauntless.
Okay.
All right. So you're going back to Starlight Beacon.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Breeb, you're in a fighter. What are you doing?
I'm following right behind Duo.
Okay. Cars, I believe you're in a fighter as well.
I'm in a fighter. Going to I think Kars is going to try to take out one of those bombers.
Okay. Those also are headed towards the station. So far,
Great, yeah.
Three of you are headed towards the station. Jedediah station. I mean, I'm assuming Lingo is like giving the rundown of what he's seeing.
Yeah.
As far as this is what the living force is telling me.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to be a team player, but also
I'm me.
I mean, the
Quixote got to Quixote, you know.
You've got two other Jedi with you, who
the
have
Lucre Hulk just looks like it would be more fun.
Fair enough.
Right? If I approach it like a video game,
this is where the fun begins.
This is where the fun
this is the
fun
sillier
begins.
bad idea, and that is right up my alley.
See that windmill? You got to tilt.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Bravo. What are you doing?
I'm on the shuttle, so unless I'm flying.
Oh, you're on the shuttle?
The shuttle.
Okay, you're on the shuttle with
I'm just along for the ride.
With Karliss is the pilot, and elaborate hand gesture and Span on the ship as well. Do you want to take over piloting, or do you want to man a gun?
I'll man a gun, and pot shot whatever I can. But I'm just they're flying, they're taking where they're going. So,
all right. Bibbin Tindley and Crafton Eval will actually they will follow Jedediah. Eval will just give you covering fire because they're not going to leave their ship. They don't want the filth on a Lucre Hulk on their tentacles. But Bibbin Tindley lets you know, Jedediah, they plan on landing their ship inside the Lucre Hole.
I mean, I wasn't planning on landing inside, but like mines.
They basically say the best route to ensure the decimation of our enemies is to attack them full and frontally. My fighter does not allow for that, but my blade does. All right, so duo, Bree, Cars, you wheel around your Eddas, and you are hot on the trail of a wing of bombers. What do you want to do?
He's going Anakin. Yeah.
I mean, unless those droids have children aboard, it's not full Anakin.
And women too.
Yeah,
You know,
that's fair.
killed them all.
Mm-hmm.
I want to target the. Are they like in formation? Like
Yes, they are definitely in formation.
Okay, I would like to fly close enough that I can use my force hold ability on the lead of the thing and try to pull it across.
Okay, you would need to give me that sweet. Let's call it cool.
Cool. Awesome. That's terrible. Oh, I rolled a 6 on my first one. Well, 3. Okay, so 8.
So you like fly up on your own, just kind of put the foot down on the gas pedal, and you grab. It's a lot of will to grab that front fighter. What did you want to do with it?
I basically want to just pull it to the left, basically enough to try to bounce it out of formation, like half that wing.
So you're able to do that, but by spending so much focus on that, you do not see the droid fighters that descend from above you, and your ship takes some damage, and you are now chugging along a lot slower than you want to be in a fight in a dogfight
Sure.
like this, as well as you've got some sensor array issues, and your weapons are they're online, but you don't know for how long. In fact, you're slightly looking at it as, I don't know how long I can stay on this ship.
Okay. Sounds like I might have some more history with Jebediah soon.
Breeb, Cars, what are you doing?
Cars takes a slightly different, sort of peels off and enters a sort of pre-programmed alternating sort of orbit around the battle area, and then he enters a meditative state, releases the controls, and so I take 1 harm and I roll plus attuned
Okay.
to enter a battle meditation. Depending on what I get, I'll let you know. Okay, so that's an 8. So I choose 2 things. So, all right. So I'm going to say that my allies take +1 ongoing, and our enemies lose their nerve easily. Treat the wounds of the enemy squads as 1 higher for the purposes of whether they continue to fight or break.
Right,
but while he's doing this, he is effectively out of battle condition. So he is meditating, and he's a support. It's good.
So you like fly up kind of above and at an angle from the station, and you're just kind of floating. And all of you are relayed this information, where Duos was a very active kind of like, this is what I see, this is what we need to do. Kars is a very passive, like, here is all the meta information on the battle in front of you. And at that point, the shuttle comes up and parks itself directly in front of Kars's ship. Provo, you've got a small group of fighters now coming up towards you because it looks like there's a ship that's damaged. Or you can fire down on those bombers that are quickly approaching the ability to drop.
Oof.
Also, Bree, what are you doing?
I'm going to attack the bombers.
Okay.
Are these the same bombers that I would be attacking? Or
Yes. I mean, there's a whole wing of them.
okay.
So this is a hard roll then?
Yeah.
8.
Are you like coming up from behind the side, or are you like coming right at them?
Off from this side.
All right, so you kind of wheel in, Breeb, and you take out a couple ships on the wing, but you manage to get yourself a couple fighters that are now on you, and they are firing away at a clip, and it's a matter of like they are going to hit me at some point, but right now, so they're kind of forcing you away from the fight.
Okay.
Provo.
I rolled an 8. I'm going to attack the bombers as well.
You're just like just blowing up some of these bombers, but you realize at least 3 are going to get through. Like,
Okay.
you're nobody's that fast.
Right.
Jedediah,
Yeah.
what are you doing?
So I'm zipping along the outside of the hull.
Of the Lucre Hulk? Of
Yep.
one of the 2 Lucre Hulks? Okay.
And as soon as I see like entrance
Mm-hmm.
to like a docking bay,
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna slip in and open fire on parked.
Like
fighters.
strafe inside.
Yep.
Easily done. Make me that sweet. Make a hard roll, please.
Okay. That would be 13.
You just go in and it's like chicka, just blowing up ships like left and right, which is in turn causing damage inside the hull of the Lucre Hulk. And then you just swing your way back out and back into another docking bay. Ships we're getting ready to take off, and you're just like firing before they can even get off like their VTOL style liftoff. Behind you is Crafton Oval, who's doing the exact same thing. And you got the ability to launch effectively on one of the Lucre Hulks is pretty screwed. And as soon as you peel out of the last docking ring, that particular Lucre Hulk starts to pull away from the battle group. Bibwin Tendley is headed towards the other one and looks intent on flying directly into a docking bay. Duo, what are we doing?
Yes. So I am.
The Munificent and the Dauntless are now exchanging broadside fire.
Okay. Where am I in relationship to that broadside fire?
You're further away. So the Dauntless pulls itself up between the Munificent and the 2 Lucre Hulks.
Okay.
And Starlight Beacon, and kind of exposes its broadside to take the majority of any massive turbo laser blasts. The fighters kind of spill around the Dauntless, and that's where most of you are, except for Jedediah and the Good Time Boys, who were like, I want the action, baby. All right.
Okay. I think that I need to call on the Force. So I'm going to take 1 harm,
Mhm.
and I'm going to roll and see how I do here. Okay. All right, so I got a 9. So I'm going to
Okay.
hold Force at 1 here. And then I'm going to use that to I'm going to try to use my telekinesis. I can spend my hold to move something massive, and I feel like Spike was interested in me trying to move something. So maybe I will kind of scan to see what is like out there that I can see, and try to do something similar. Not, I mean, obviously, I'm not going for something like the size of the carriers, but something the size of the bombers.
Bomber, you definitely could do that.
I'm just going to try to do that again. I mean, that was enough to take out 2 last time.
3.
So,
Yeah, you were able to
Yeah.
There's 3 that have basically got through all of your fire and attacks.
I think I'm just going to like try my best to like.
You're able to smush 2 together.
I'll take it.
But in the process, in order to avoid being just blown into stardust, you have had to pull the 2 fighters on your tail extremely far away from the entire battle, and they are right on top of you.
Okay.
You're far enough away now to use telekinesis would be virtually impossible. And they are gaining on you rapidly because you are sputtering hard.
Okay.
You've got a couple electrical issues inside your ship right now that, if aren't dealt with relatively soon, you will be inoperable. All right, Brebe, Provo, Cars, what's happening, brothers?
Do we have time to take out some more of those bombers?
It's going to be. This is a pretty difficult task, but you're Jedi.
All right.
That's
Well,
what you do.
those fighters behind me are just going to keep coming. I am taking out these bombers before they try to blow up the station. If my dice stay where they're supposed to.
That'll never happen.
No. That's a 7. So just barely.
Okay, so you are able to gun down one of them. I think there's only one left, wasn't there? You're able to destroy the one that's left. The problem is the fighters on your tail have now damaged your ship to the point where you are in a spin. You've lost one of your thrusters. So you are a little out of control right now, and they are still firing upon you. Cars.
I think, not to borrow from another game's terminology, but I think I have to maintain concentration.
To a degree, is there anything else you want to do, though?
Yeah, I don't. I think.
I don't think you can do anything that's like super active, but I mean, I'll let you.
Yeah. I think that he would, with the like minimal faculties he has, I think he would be. I feel like in this state he's very aware, and I feel like he would be aware that Reeb is sort of in a bit of a free fall and would maneuver to be in a position to assist as best as possible while maintaining, if that makes sense. You can do that.
So like you slowly like kick your engines, your sublights on again, and your ship slowly turns, and you, for lack of a better term, meander up behind these 2 or I can't remember what the regular CIS fighters are called, but you're like just coming up on them, but you're kind of like, I don't know if I'm going to get there fast enough if I keep everything else going. Provo, Master Karliss says, hang on, and the shuttle just turns and flies in the exact opposite direction as Cars, and heads directly into a group of fighters.
All right. Well, then I guess I'm going to try and get some fighters here.
Mhm. And you realize you're protecting the Dauntless as it releases its fighter group of oh man, why can I never remember ships? Arc 170s.
Okay, and that's a hard, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that is 9 plus whatever bonus we're getting from cars, which I think is
I think
1.
you get a +1, so 10.
So 10.
You're just like just mowing these things down. And once you kind of go through and split the group, they turn. Like they split like a wave and start to head back and run right into the arcs that are now being taking off. And it is a bloodbath, an oil bath, we'll call it. Jedediah, as you guys peel away from that heavily damaged Lucre Hulk that's no longer able to disgorge fighters, it jumps. It leaves.
Okay.
Tindley has landed their ship inside the other Lucre Hulk. What do you want to do?
I'm going to follow him in.
Okay. At this point, Crafton, in its garbled, underwatery sounding speech, says basically, "May the Force bless you," and then peels off and goes back into fighting ship to ship. The turbo lasers, you're able to kind of peel your way through. This particular Lucre Hulk is now moving closer to the Dauntless, which is taking heavy fire from that Munificent. You come in to the bay. Are you planning on landing your ship, or are you planning on just firing?
Pimbley landed and got out, correct?
Currently, as you fly in, you get closer and closer. You can see Bib and Tindley on top of their Edda. They've got a ceremonial blade in one hand and a lightsaber in the other, and they are just mowing through battle droids.
I'm going to see that and basically be like, that is probably the worst idea for a spaceship battle. And I love it. I'm in. So yeah, I'm gonna pull in and land and hop out and join the fun.
Okay, so you land and hop out, and in Turgoth or Tunroth, what you know is Biblin. I hope you won't call him Bibley Tindley. It's Bibbin is giving the Tunroth version of laughter as it just mouths through these things. And what little you know of the Tunroth language, you will receive a hearty welcome.
I'm going to basically slide to cover their, like, basically covering their back.
Mm-hmm.
And like most of what I'm doing is just swatting away laser beams. I'm swatting away pew-pews.
Okay, yeah, you're just give me a this wouldn't be a hard. This would be a cool. Give me a cool.
Okay. And I have the defender.
Yep.
That'll be a 9.
You realize, like, as this overwhelming fire and a couple of droidicas are kind of coming out, this is not tenable. One of you is going to get shot eventually, and it's probably not going to be you. If you stay here and hold this docking bay, one of you is not going to make it. You're able to deflect as much as you can, but also both of your ships are taking a little bit of a beating from blaster fire. And you're kind of starting to also process the fact of, I may not be able to fly out of here even if I want to. What would you, so let's go back to duo.
Sorry. I'm out past this a while. You mentioned that from the damage that the Starlight Beacon has taken in the past and like everything else that was out here, that there's quite a bit of debris.
There is an entire, think about Saturn.
Yeah.
Except for it's primarily debris.
Excellent.
In massive debris. And it's floating in two rings.
Okay.
One around Erim and one around Iran. So the debris fields actually almost connect right around where Starlight Beacon is.
Am I too far out to be around debris, or is there?
No, you're farther out to whatever planet you want to be.
Okay.
You are kind of skipping right across the debris ring.
All right. What I'd like to do is put a hard stop on whatever momentum I have, which is not to do the tie, the turn.
Yeah.
A hard turn, and I would like to use force of will. So I'm going to use the force to assault, and I'd like to try to debris these guys because I don't think that my ship is going to handle me.
Perfect.
Firing up the heaty shooty boys.
Was it Kars or Brebe who was headed to back him up? God damn it!
I want to say it was Brebe.
Well, I'm in a tailspin at this point.
No,
right?
Kars was going to help
First
Brebe.
backing up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so as you just hairpin turn, you see another Edda bearing down behind those ships.
Okay.
And by the markings, you know it's Crafted and Evol as well. So you have some backup. I would like you to make your roll, then to kind of pull this off.
Okay. All right. I like that. 9 plus 3 is 12.
You basically turn into a sentient railgun. You just start launching debris, and there's rocks in this. There's like meteors in this debris. I don't know, the asteroids.
I'm not even looking for the biggest things. I'm just looking to shred these.
Everything. Yeah.
They're just
So like you end up smashing one of the fighters, and the other fighter takes some peripheral damage and peels off, and Evol just guns it down. Your ship is kind of limping along, and he pulls up above you and locks a grasping claw onto your ship. And basically, you can't exactly understand what he's saying because he's saying it in his own language. Before saying,
I mean, bro, Duolingo, counselor.
Before saying in Galactic that he's going to drag you back to the station.
Okay.
One thing you take a second to breathe is you realize one of your engines is in real bad shape. So I would like you to act under fire, so cool, to stabilize it. So you do not explode. Because you pushed your ship hard and fast.
Yeah. Okay, which stat? I'm sorry. Can you say which stat again?
Please use cool, because you're acting under fire.
That's not great. 8.
Sure. So as this is going on and you're kind of communicating back and forth with Evol, you're like, I got a problem here.
Yeah.
And Evol is like, why problem now? And you are like, my engine is overheating rapidly. So what would you like to do, Duo?
Okay. Let's see.
So basically, the core of your engine system is going to melt down.
It's basically just a tie with other wings on it. It's a piece of shit. It's not made for this.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's the Erie that is flying the other one, or no?
Erie.
The
race.
Yeah. Erie.
All right.
Yeah. The one that's a pretty good pilot.
Yeah, Craft and Evolve. Yeah.
Yep. Sorry, I
No, that's fine. No, it makes sense. Just tentacle man.
Yeah. I just wrote Eerie.
Yeah.
Species Eerie, good pilot.
Also, if you look at it, Evol Crafton is just Lovecraft. So
that's beautiful. Oh, yeah. I don't think that I have anything fast enough. I mean, I have a droid. We should have droids on our eddas, right? But I don't think that they're going to be able to.
Why don't you roll me just a straight up 2d6 to see what kind of shape your droid's in? You know, I'll allow you to add.
I got a 9.
Okay.
So that gives me.
I'll allow you to add your sharp to it.
I think sharp's one of the ones I don't. Oh, I have a +1 to sharp, so 10.
Oh, yeah. So your droid's actually functional, because if you would have rolled like below a 7, I'd have been like, oh, your droid's fucked. Or the in between would have been damaged. So your droid's functional and it's working on the problem. It's actually shutting down every single functional system around that's drawing power off that
everything except for life support. I tell R7 to shut it down.
It's shutting it down, but it's also informing you that the core is going to melt down, so you need to jettison the core.
I'm going to pass that information along the best I can to Evol, and I'm going to jettison the core away from the station.
So the problem you're finding is because of the damage you've taken, and because R7 can't reach it, you would have to do this manually, but you physically cannot reach it. So how would you like to do this?
Yeah, I mean, I think that
you also realize basically this is a bomb ticking down.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I would probably I'm probably going to have to just use telekinesis to do this.
It's something you excel at. So
yeah, I mean, I'm holding the force, so I should be able to. I can move and manipulate simple unattended objects, and maybe still doing something dangerous though. I can hold to move something massive, move people harmlessly, propel yourself up a great height or forward great speed, or use telekinesis as a weapon. I think that
maybe the first one, not the second.
I think I'm just going to try to use my telekinesis to manipulate, to basically like disable the emergency clamps on the thing, which seems to be the thing that's held up because we shut that system down. So
really what you're doing is you're kind of tearing a hole open back towards your engine with telekinesis, pulling that core out and then throwing it away from the ship.
Yes.
All right, perfect.
See how that goes. But yes, like this. Do you want to roll?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you would. We'll call this cool.
Okay. Dude, I could not roll. My D20, the Christmas gang can attest, was the shits. This D6, this weighted ass D6, I just rolled 2 6s. This is like the only good one in this like heavy ass metal dice set. But
so you're able to grab this core and you can feel it pulsing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you tell me where you throw it, where you throw this thing.
I'm going to scan for the kind of nearest droid fighter wing if I see anything, or launch it at one of the capital ships.
The fighters are kind of spread out.
Yeah.
You're realizing, you're like, oh, but you can see that you could get it towards a Munificent class ship.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, with all of my power, as I feel this thing pulsing, I'm going to like throw it with the kind of weight of this force hold. And
so as Evol turns your ship with his ship and starts to fly towards Starlight Beacon, all of you just see this glowing, pulsing core get launched out of the back of Duo's ship. It flies right over the turned broadside of the Dauntless and just almost hits the Munificent, but instead just explodes before it actually hits it and rips a massive hole in the side of its hull.
It's like the meme, like I know a sound that all boys like, and it's clickety clacky, and then it's just like a core being jettisoned and go.
Evol flies you down towards Starlight Beacon, and they release clamp, and you're like, oh shit, I'm going too fast. And you notice, like, just at the last second, you're able to see in their cockpit them doing a very similar action with their tentacles, and your ship slows to an almost full stop before skidding into the docking area. You get a message, Provo, that Commander Rev and a group. Beer, remind me, what's the landing vessel that the Old Republic used? I can't remember what they're called off the top of my head.
Oh, yeah.
You're talking about the gunships?
But
Gunship.
there's
The LAT.
the LAT.
Yeah.
There's a LAT containing Rev and a group of commandos that is headed towards the Lucre Hulk that Jedediah and Bibbin are on.
Okay.
And it has just passed over the Munificent through the debris that was left by Duo's core. Vel tells you to ensure that there's a clear runway for it. Yeah. So you hit as fast as your sublight speed engines can go to catch up and pass that ship. I need you to fire away. Fortunate Son intensify.
All right. So that would be we doing hard again, or is this?
Yes, you are assaulting for sure.
All right. So that would be 8. So 9 if Kars's buff is still in play.
It's still in play until they start doing something else. You are strafing along the Munificent, and that LAT is basically now directly kind of in your wake, also doing the same thing. The only problem is all your strafing has caught you a tail of 6 ships. So now it's become a race to the Lucre Hulk, which has also now turned its guns on your 2 ships. The Munificent is also now taking heavy damage from the Dauntless. Kars and Brebe, tell me what's happening.
All right, I am going to trust my instincts and call on the Force. So we will see how that goes. That is a 7 and 8 with the bonus from Kars. So I get
like
1
16.
Force.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I'm going to use that 1 Force as I cut my engines to use my telekinesis and basically grab my ship and just try to stop it from spinning and hold it in one spot.
All right, you're able to slow. Do you want to be facing the ships that are fast on you, or do you want to be facing away? Kind of give me an orientation.
Oh, I want to face them so I can just blow them away if I have the chance to do it at the moment. But I'm guessing.
Yes.
Okay. So if that's the case, I will roll hard. And that's an 8 again.
You wing around. You're close enough to Kars to get that +1. So you're at a 9, which still doesn't get you exactly where you need to be.
Yeah.
You face down these ships and you just fire, and then they return fire. Your ship is damaged at this point to where you're not sure it can continue to fly very well. You're able to destroy one of the 2 ships, because I believe it was 2. Kars, you see all this. You're dead on those 2 ships now. I'm assuming you're dropping your
Mhm.
meditation and
Yep.
kicking on the gas.
That's
By the
true.
way, the music that was playing while this all just went on was Into the Trap on my playlist, followed by the Corellian Chase. This has been perfect. And I put my
Okay.
Star Wars playlist in the chat, so you're more than welcome to join me.
Nice.
Yeah, I think Kars comes out of the meditation, does a very quick up, like kind of up and around to be behind the remaining ship, and just blows it out of the sky.
Perfect. Give me that hard roll.
8.
8. Perfect. You are able to through it, and you peel around so you can kind of turn and get a better look at the entirety of the battlefield as you guys are kind of pulled away. You realize Breeb's ship's not in the best shape, and you also realize you've got some attention now, as another group of fighters is heading your way, and Breeb's ship is kind of doing the equivalent of coughing up exhaust smoke. You were there, and you need to figure out what you guys want to do at this point. Jedediah, you're inside this, and you're getting a comlink ping. Do you want to take the time to take the call? You're like, hold on.
I mean, I can lightsaber one-handed and
Okay.
offhand talk on the radio.
You get a quick message from Vel that reinforcements are on the way, but you need to hold the hangar. At this point, Bibbin has jumped off of their Edda and is now directly confronting the two droidicas, physically. Handling it, but also they've given their back to all the B1s.
Okay. I'll take position between him and the D1s and continue to defend while I get closer to them so I can hack them down as we're going through.
So Jedediah literally just drops on his ass, slides off his Edda, slides across the floor like Tom Cruise in that video that I can't remember what it's called. And it stands back to back with Bibbin before walking down the B1s. Bibbin continues to smash through primarily with the ceremonial blade, using the lightsaber as a shield, but using the ceremonial blade to actually smash through into the droidicas. And if you're looking from this pull away shot, it's these two Jedi marching in two different directions, like back to back, as one is handling. Jedi, I want you to make a cool roll as you're literally like marching down 20 battle droids. Risky business, yes. That's risky business, baby. Risky business.
I got an 8.
The faster you move, the more you find yourself just getting sort of exhausted. This is a lot. And you end up... What the hell? I have no idea what just happened in the chat there. Okay. Okay, thanks. You end up
hard for people to call in.
You end up deflecting a blaster bolt, and it goes right through the canopy of Bibbin's ship.
I mean, that's not great, but
it's definitely not great.
I mean, it's not my ship, so
it's true. It's not your ship.
Okay.
Duo, you are on the flight deck of the Starlight Beacon.
Let the people speak.
I wasn't denying you your voice.
Do I now want us to have call-in capability.
I kind of do too. I want to know what the fuck was being said there.
No. watch any video of public access call-in shows, and
Oh, I have. Yeah. I watch every episode of the Chris Gethard show. Duo, what are you doing?
I'm sorry. Can you say it again? I was trying to mod.
Oh, you are now on the flight deck of the Starlight Beacon. What do you want to do?
Any other fighters around here?
There are not.
I think that is anybody else? Any other Jedi here in the hangar?
Everyone is aboard other ships.
Okay.
I probably will be there soon.
Mm-hmm. I think that I want to basically there's the shield that's separating me from space, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think I need to just go out there, and if there's more debris around the station, I think I just need to use that to try to fend off any fighters that are coming in straight.
There are like very rudimentary environmental suits that you can put on if you want to step out and do that. Yep. You're also relatively close to one of the large batteries. If you want to fire batteries.
Yeah.
There's only 4 on the entirety of the station that are functional.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide whether I'd have better luck. I'm going to read the situation.
Perfect. Yeah, give me that too.
See what I can do here. +1 to sharp. 247.
You got a 7? So
yeah.
Okay. You you think you could probably do more damage at the turbo laser battery, just because it's more controllable, but there's the potential for greater chaos if you want to continue to be a human railgun.
I feel like a human railgun. I'm gonna put on that Enviro suit and see what I can see, because I mean, yeah, I'm a consular. I call on the Force. Pretty much all of my stuff is telekinesis related, so might as well go.
You step out.
Super.
You throw the suit on. You step out onto the superstructure of the station, and you take a look around. You're kind of watching these ships fly by, and you see Kaz and Breeb have turned and seem to be kind of figuring out what they're doing, and a group of fighters are headed their way. You see quite a bit of debris of ships that have been destroyed in this fight floating pretty close to the station. What you do realize is you're throwing them a long way, and you may not have the accuracy you want, but you have a lot of stuff you could throw.
Yeah.
You could throw ship parts like a buckshot blast, basically.
I feel like that's where my strength lies, so I'm going to rely on the Force to guide me and some debris into these turrets.
Perfect. Do it. Do it up.
That's 7 + 3.
So 10?
Yes.
So cars, as you are like pulled up just kind of in front of Breeb, and you're kind of you two are trying to figure out what your next step is, over not your comm, because cars is nonverbal. A just field of debris launches from the backside of these 6 ships and shreds them. But I need you both to be evasive in your movements to not get caught up in the debris, as well as it's now just floating through space at high speed.
Are we acting under fire then?
You're acting under fire, please.
Okay. Ooh, I got an 8.
Okay.
7.
7. You both are able to move through the vast majority of it, but your ships both get dinged up. And unfortunately for Breeb, this puts your ship in a position where it's relatively, it's limping along, and most of your weapon systems aren't working. Your shields aren't working. You're basically a non-combatant at this point.
Can I make it back to the station?
You're pretty sure you can.
All right, I'm just gonna make a beeline then,
Okay.
as fast as I can go.
Cars, what do you want to do?
Garth is gonna protect him.
Okay. I want cars to trust their instincts and for tuned, and I would like Breeb to act under fire.
All right,
It's an 8. for Garth.
10.
Okay. Car, you are just like strafing run through, not actually like firing on anything in particular, just kind of clearing a path, and you're able to get Breeb all the way in. But now you've taken some damage in doing so. Nothing terrible, but your ship is also damaged. You're not at optimal right now.
True.
Provo, you are on the final approach to the docking bay.
All right.
With the lat in tow. I need you to tell me what you want to do to avoid this up close turbo laser fire.
Oh boy. Is there debris around me or anything
Not
like that?
really in this case. You're heading into the inner ring of the Lucre Hulk.
Okay.
So you have a couple options. You can fire at the batteries that are firing at you.
That honestly would probably be the most logical thing for me. Yeah.
You can also see all the way into the hangar. You could fire into the hangar relatively accurately if you wanted to.
I'm going to target the batteries.
All right, fire away.
Given how many of the crew are in or around this, I don't necessarily want to just start firing. All right, so that is, and this is a hard
Yes.
or cool. Okay.
This would have been a hard.
Hard. All right. So that is a 10 plus the bonus.
Oh,
so
booga. You just blow up not 1, not 2, not 3, but the 4 batteries and pull a full clean in. Jedediah, you like look up over your shoulder and the Edda shuttle and a lat fly right into, and the lat opens up and clone troopers spew out. And within seconds you've taken the hangar.
Ooh.
Yeah, baby.
Provo, what do you want to do? Do you want to stay on the shuttle, or do you want to
well, now that the shuttle is landed in the hangar, there's really not any. I mean, I can't do a whole lot of good on the turret, so without causing extra damage. So I will exit.
okay.
Kind of link up with the rest of the crew.
Vel links up with all of you and says, and has Span and Polis head back to pick up, because she's now become aware that Duo and Breeb are without ship. And she kind of says, we need to take the bridge. We can't allow this ship to flee the area. We have to know what is going on and why these ships came through this area and hit and run. So please disable the bridge. And she looks to the clone commandos and says, disable the hyperdrive. I will head to the central processing unit. So where do you all want to split off into? Cars, what are you doing at this point as well? Do you want to continue just to run and gun, or do you want to attempt
I'm muted. I think that Carr's hearing on comms that there's a concerted effort at the Lucre Hulk that he will head that way.
Okay.
I think he will, as opposed to immediately joining the sort of ground crew, I think he will take some shots at the bridge from his ship.
all right, give me a run, a strafing run at the bridge.
What am I rolling?
This would be hard.
Hard. That is 9.
You make a good strafing run across. It's awfully hard to get the kind of shot you want with that many turbo laser batteries. And in the process, you are pulling ships away from running at the Dauntless, the beacon, but you're starting to attract a crowd.
Don't love it.
Don't love it, don't hate it. Just do you want to keep them within the primary battle area of the capital ships, or do you want to draw them towards the debris field? Do you want to where do you want to draw them?
I think he will draw them toward the debris field.
Okay, so you're headed toward the debris field. You've got roll me 2d6.
8.
You've got 8 ships in tow.
Woof.
Okay. Breeb and Duo, very quickly, because it's not terribly far off, Polis lands to pick you up.
Excellent.
Do you want to stay in your suit, Duo, or do you want to take it off before you go?
I feel like if we're getting picked up, we're probably on our way elsewhere, but I feel like I should keep the suit on just in case I need to do some outside work.
Okay, Breeb, you've got an opportunity. If you want to throw an environmental suit on, you can, but you don't have to. It's up to you.
I mean, I always love to wear a suit.
Everyone loves a man in a suit. All right,
Everyone loves a Celestin in a suit.
You two jump in, and Polis, one of you wants to man the guns. That would be great as well, because Polis is basically flying this with just span. All right, Jedediah, which group did you want to go with? Do you want to go to the bridge? Do you want to go to the CPU? Or do you want to go to the hyperspace engines? Or I should say engines to the navigational systems.
I think I'm going to go towards the bridge, I guess.
Okay.
Because our fearless leader is going for the central processing.
Mm-hmm. Towards the nav center.
Yeah, and like crew of troopers have got the hyperdrive. That shouldn't be too terrible. So yeah, I feel like bridge is the appropriate path.
Provo, where are you headed? Bridge?
Yeah, bridge.
Okay. I'm going to use a montage at this point. Cars, you drag these ships through the debris field. I would like you to make me a cool. You are muted. Which is very in character.
9.
With very little significant damage, a lot of carbon scoring, and you get dinged a little bit, you're able to run these ships through a gauntlet of debris. The only problem you find yourself in is you've now pulled them so far away from the primary fight that it's going to take you a little bit to get back.
Sure.
But it's just like, it's just you navigating through this twisting and turning as droid fighters can't quite get a beat on you and hit debris and pop and explode. Duo and Breeb, you're flying towards the center mass of the Lucre Hulk, and And Polis kind of points to the fact that there are no turbo lasers active in the area directly defending the bridge from the outside.
I think this sounds like a good time for a force push.
Do you want to?
We're gonna do like the Star Trek Into Darkness, jumping out with our little space suits on, and what do you think, Gabe?
Yeah, I can call on the force and see how that'll work out.
Well, I mean, also Polis can just
Drop
do
us.
a flyby and just
Sure.
launch you with momentum at them.
Yeah,
That's fine. I'm still holding 3 force because I rolled an 11.
Hey, that's fair. You both launch yourselves out, and you are now on the bridge on the outside.
Nice.
As you hit, little areas on the Lucre Hulk pop open, and tiny little droids about the size of a basketball grow legs and start to skitter towards you.
If they're tiny, can we just fling them into space using basic telekinesis?
I would definitely say that's an option.
All right, I'll do that.
Yeah.
I assume you want me to roll hard.
Yes, please. While he's doing that duo, what would you like to do?
I think that if there is, well, he's kind of holding them off. If there is a door or something that I can,
you can either cut your way into a hatch,
okay,
or you could literally cut your way through the window.
I'm thinking hatch, so we don't kind of have a continual blowout.
Yeah. They
just in case
do.
we
They
put a
do
force
indeed
field.
have buzzsaws. Super Spike.
Okay, yeah, I'm just going to use my lightsaber, and try to cut open the.
So Breeb, I want you to make me a hard and duo. I want you to make me an attuned. This is more like a moment of like skill rather than brute force, and you're really not attacking anything.
Yeah.
So I rolled a 9, so it's not a complete success. Can I use a force hold to make it a complete success?
Yes, of course.
All right, I will do that.
That's what they're there for.
I will also. I got an 8, so I feel like I'm gonna try bumping up to 9, just to get through this as quick as I can.
A 9, you're kind of not as accurate as you'd like to be, and you think you've possibly hit some stuff that might be important, but at this point your accuracy is being kind of secondary to speed. And
I'm going to use the dual phase of my blade to extend it to make sure I get all the way through.
Easily done. Breeb, you just wave one hand and then you wave the other hand, and just piles of these little buzzsaw boys go chirping off into the cold waste of space. Provo, Jedediah, you are inside the hallways of this Lucre Hulk. Do you want to be stealthy, or do you want to just cause you're also with Bibbin. Do you want to cause as much chaos as possible?
I mean, Spike has already called it. I'm going to Naruto run. My dual phase is going to be extended all the way out, so that if any droids or combatants are in the way, I'll be able to like swat them down as I cruise through. I just feel like time is of the essence.
Fair enough. Make me a hard. Provo, what would you like to do?
I guess I mean, stealth is out now, so yeah.
Well, you can go in a different direction. I mean, there's many ways to get to the bridge.
No, I think there's also strength in numbers here. So I'm going to just back him up as best I can. Pick off any stragglers or anything he misses, anything he might not be catching. So
I rolled a 9.
Okay, yeah. It's not as fast as you'd like it to be, and you get nicked. But you're kind of mowing your way through the battle droids to get to the main turbo lift. You're moving fast enough that they don't seem to have a moment to coalesce and kind of encircle and entrap you in one of these hallways. You're kind of like at a dead sprint, just doing run by lightsabering. And behind you, anytime they start to close in from any additional hallways, Provo and Bibbin seem to be cleaning that up or causing havoc behind you. You get to the turbo lift. Provo, I want you to make me also a hard, please. By the way, I didn't ask you for that.
Let's see. That is 7, so 8 after Kars's buff.
I think Kars's buff is gone by now.
Then that is a 7.
Okay. Provo, you end up getting shot. Nothing serious. Like Jedediah, you've been winged, but it's just like a surface burn. Provo, you've been shot. In the shoulder. It's like it hurts a lot, but you're kind of like, okay.
It's too bad I didn't get stabbed to the gut with a lightsaber. That's very survivable.
Very survivable. All you need is a bathtub full of Bacta. Everyone has one. You don't even fall. You don't even slow. At first, it's Bibbin kind of has to point out to you you've been shot, just like you're Jesse Ventura, goddamn sexual Tyrannosaurus Rex. And you kind of look and go, oh, okay. At that point, Bibbin sheathes their blade, turns off their lightsaber, picks up a droideca's blaster arm, and just starts laying down suppressing fire in the hallway. Looks at both of you and says, race to the bridge.
All right.
Which you can't tell if he means you should go fast or that he's actually racing you to the bridge. What you've realized in your time together and these 4 years is that Tunroth have a very strange sense of humor. You're both in the turbo lift, and it's like that moment when you're like heading up or like heading down in Big Trouble in Little China, and there's like elevator music going on.
Really good.
Yeah, I feel really good about this. Yeah. At the same time, I almost thought your name for a second, James, was Don Lingo. I'm so tired, and all my espresso beans have kicked in, so I'm like, woo! Cars, you are wheeling back around at this point, and you see the Dauntless, one of the shield generators pops. And in the Munificent, and the Lucre Hulk is still using its primary batteries on the Dauntless as well. But it started to pull itself back from completely defending Starlight Beacon and pull away because it's taken some significant damage at this point. So think about what you want to do. Don Brebe, you've cut your way in and you drop into a hallway just as the blast shield above you shuts. So you are now just outside the bridge doors in the hallway. And of course, like the red lights are on. Woo, woo, woo.
Well, Duo has ignited his saber, so I will also ignite mine, which I don't have to roll anything for that because that's a different thing. Well, let's get through the door.
I'll go low if you want to go high, and we'll do the rotating Obi-Wan Anakin.
Perfect.
You guys start to cut this thing open, and you hear the whoosh of the turbo lift.
When we finish doing it, I'm going to put a hand on it, and then just like look at Brebe, and then like see if he'll do it as well. I want to like dual force push this thing like into the bridge.
What do you want to do with the turbo lift situation?
I'd like to trust my instincts.
Okay, make me a roll. You can do the same, Brebe.
All right.
An 11.
8.
Okay, Brebe, because you kind of get not spooked, but you get like Oh shit. You don't get to throw, but Duo, you throw and kind of turn your head and look, and Jebediah, who's kind of like looking at where a watch would be, and Breeb is putting a stem pack on their shoulder. They like look up and they're in there and they're like, oh,
Hey guys,
Fancy meeting you here.
Yeah, fancy meeting you here.
I can't believe you beat us to the bridge. Weren't you? It doesn't matter.
We found an easy door.
So Duo, you throw the half of this blast door, and you just get out of the corner of your eye. The bridge commander robot go, what? And just get crushed by this door. And that's when the ship jumps.
Sounds about right.
I want all of you who are aboard the ship to make me an attuned roll, please. Cars, you come flying back towards where did you want to go?
I think he was going to still move toward the Lucre hole because I think he thinks that if that plan goes down, that should solve all of the problems.
Perfect.
And it's a pretty large effort.
So you're like running through, and the Lucre Hulk jumps. It just bamfs away. And about the same time that happens, the Dauntless bears down and destroys the Munificent. And it's just a cleanup effort now on the droid ships that are remaining.
Shit.
You get a communique. I'm assuming that you probably have some way to communicate effectively.
Can't Gildor talk?
Oh, yeah. I thought you said you were nonverbal.
No, you said that.
Okay, sorry. No. I thought you did. My apologies. You get a communique from Captain Ozzel, who basically says, "We've been called to the rim, to the mid-rim, as another battle group has been engaged with the enemy. We will be leaving shortly. I am calling all available troops back."
Yeah, he'll follow that order.
Oops.
Do you want to board the Dauntless, or do you want to stay?
Well,
you can reach out with the Force if you would like. You can use a I'll let you choose, sharp or attuned.
Sharp.
Unless you have an ability that lets you kind of reach out with the Force.
No. Sure. 10.
10. You feel that your allies are close and potentially in distress.
Yeah, I think he'll follow that.
Do you want to let Ozzel know, or do you want to just be like, I'm staying behind to protect the station? You're not under any onus to follow his orders. I think, think about the fact he's just telling you what they're doing, that he's pulling all the ships, all the arcs and all of the lats that are out back to the Dauntless, and they're getting orders to, there's a large battle in the mid-rim that they're joining.
I think he'll say what he's doing and go do it. I think that way, if there's a chance for backup later, they'll at least have an idea.
Ozzel kind of, you see him, and he's on one of those little like hollow things, so you see his form. He kind of nods and he says, "Good luck. May the Force be with you." And
also with you.
And all of that. And the Dauntless jumps to light speed. Or to hyperspeed. Is it jumps to light speed? Do they say that? Or is that just a... I can never remember. Is light speed a Star Wars thing, or is it a Star Trek thing?
Warp speed is a Star Trek.
Yeah, so light speed is Star Wars. I can never remember because it's hyperspace, but I get those things confused sometimes because it's like, do they say, but I remember like Han or someone said we got to put the coordinates into the nav computer to make the jump to light speed, right? Okay, I'm not imagining that. I'm not in a fever dream of caffeine.
Maybe save ice, yes.
Just go. Oh, just go plaid. Yeah, plaid space, the fastest space of all. Super Spike, thank you. Hey, if you have something you wanted that you donated for, tell me before you leave.
So it's $10. It says I have a bad feeling about this. So I don't know if he's giving us trouble twice.
Yes, it is. Perfect. Excellent. Excelsior. All right. I need Duo, Jedediah, Brebe, and Provo to make me attuned rolls, please.
Are these the ones from before, or is this a
Yeah.
new one?
No. I didn't know if Matt was here.
I got a 10.
10.
7.
11.
8.
So Brebe and Jedediah, this jump is not like anything you've ever been through before. And you feel out of phase and you're knocked for a loop. And when you come back to your senses, where you are on the bridge of this Lucre Hulk in relation to Duo and Provo is separated. There is now a large piece of asteroid between you two. You're both slightly confused, but you also realize that you're not sure there's a direct way out of this portion where you're at on the bridge, and that the cracks that have been caused by this phasing back in are leaking oxygen out of this area. So you need to start to think about how the hell you're going to get out of there. Provo, you get knocked back into the hallway. And you kind of look around, and this Hulk looks like it's kind of been almost like physically twisted. And it takes you a moment, but you realize it's because it's partially phased into debris. And you look 3 feet away, and you see a blasted girder piece from a capital ship, not of this ship and not of this era, is phased literally through the hallway. That you realize, if I would have fallen a little bit further, I would have been completely impaled. Duo, you don't fall at all. You're able to kind of maintain your steps, and you look over, and the command console is still in place, but every readout in the entirety of the system is going absolutely haywire.
Can I see out the bridge?
Yeah,
droids don't always
partially you
have
just see stone. You
windows.
just see asteroid.
Okay.
The other part of you, the part you can see out of, you realize you're in the debris field.
Okay.
It's so thick in this part of the debris field, you have a hard time seeing space from here.
Okay, so I am in the debris. We're still in the system. We just
strange has occurred.
Sublight jump and hit something.
You're not sure, because you think if that would have happened, you'd all be dead.
Okay.
If you would have hit a mass shadow, even in a sublight jump, you'd be dead.
Yeah.
This is something very different. That's why it's perplexing, because you're not sure this should be possible.
Can I tell whether, do I need my suit right now?
You do not.
Okay.
Jedediah, you realize that Brebe has a suit on. You do not. Oh, nice suit. Oh, shit. Cars, you are drawn to the thickest portion of the debris field. As you just kind of feel the pull of the force. And as you approach this area very slowly and kind of kick on your spotlight, you see this Lucre Hulk, and it looks like it's partially inside hundreds of pieces of asteroid and debris. They're all just a conglomeration of metal, debris, and asteroid. You're not sure that should be possible.
I think, and it seems stable, for lack of a better word.
It seems stable. It seems permanent. You only see one open docking bay.
Yep.
And the shield on it tends to, so the shield around the entirety of the ship is flickering.
Mm-hmm.
But the shield and the air shield on this other docking bay is up and running at full.
I mean, yeah, they'll move toward the bay.
No guns are currently activated or training on you. There are no ships. It's almost too quiet. You see like the blast doors of the hangar are partially closed, like they were trying to shut and didn't get all the way shut. But there's shields up, so you can't exactly fly your ship in.
Can I see like a shield generator or anything similar?
Not in the docking bay.
Can I use the force and tear a hole in the shield?
You can certainly try. I mean, I'll definitely allow for it.
Okay, I'll try.
Sounds cool.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you reach out. Tell me what you're doing.
He reaches out, and I think he finds the sort of rhythm that the shield is larger. The larger shield is flickering in, and he, at its lowest point, he just reaches out with the force and pulls it open, so he can fly inside.
You're able to do that.
Okay.
Make me a roll. I'm sorry. Let's see if you're able to do that. I'm just like, you could do that.
Yeah. What is it? What am I rolling?
You know what? Let's go with hot. You're trying to manipulate something through the force.
Okay.
You're like, damn, force field, you looking good.
All right. With a hot, that is 7.
You're able to kind of slide your ship in, but as you like get in, the shield shears off a part of one of your stabilizers on the back end.
Oh shit.
You are easily able to land. I mean, the ship's flyable, but it's not in the best of shape.
Sure.
You also find that this particular docking bay only has one ship in it.
Do I recognize the ship?
You're not exactly sure you've seen this ship before. It's kind of just, it looks like a courier ship. And you kind of rack your brain and you kind of remember that you've seen something like, it's not a super like combat oriented ship. It's actually, and it looks like this. It's a Diamond class courier ship. And I could not find a bigger picture. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
It's a Commerce Guild ship. It's about, I would say it's big. I mean, it's a bigger ship. Like it can take like 45 passengers and it takes 148 crew. Like this is not a small ship.
Wow. does it look like it landed here, or does
Yes, it
look
looks.
like, okay.
Not only does it look like it's landed there, there is quite a bit of equipment like strewed about it, like it was in the middle of upgrades or repair. But it looks pristine, so you don't think it's repair.
Hmm,
Do you want to dock and get out and take a look around?
I do. I'm gonna dock, and what is the since the ship is riddled with shit, is there like outside of this, is there a way out of this docking bay?
Yes,
Other than the way I
yes.
came in? Okay.
You one exit is completely covered. Actually, the bay the blast doors are bulged out like something is trying to push its way out, but they've held tight enough. There is a command deck like about 2 stories up that oversees the floor, and then there is a hallway that's open.
I think that he will take a brief look at this debris, this upgrade, this all the stuff that's strewn about this weird vessel.
How
Does
much
it?
does Cars know about like technology in the way of like ships, or is this something that they tinker with, that they have a background in, or is this something that's just kind of like not really their thing?
I don't think it's his focus. I think his focus is on. He would be aware of like the history of these types of vessels. He's not a tech type person. He's more of a like history and lore.
Perfect.
guy.
You look at some of the stuff that has been gutted out of this ship. That's all the stuff that's been gutted out and is kind of piled up meticulously is new. Like this is stuff that this ship looks brand new, and these are all like market parts. They're brand new. Like these are expensive parts. Do you want to go aboard the ship?
Yeah.
You will go aboard the ship, and you have enough of an idea of how ships work to know that everything that's been gutted out has been replaced with extremely old parts. We're talking High Republic era.
Cars, did you say that you're more of a history guy and less of a tech guy? Like you might recognize some of this?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to donate to give him a flashback.
Yeah. Oh, perfect. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Awesome.
nice. Love that.
Cars, you have a flashback. Tell us what's going on. Tell us your story.
Yeah. Cars, early on in his Padawan days was on a sort of routine mission in a sort of uncharacteristically for his proclivities, like a big like Casino Planet type vibe, and he had the opportunity to follow the tracks of a large shipment of antiquities onto a very similar ship. I don't know. I'm so tired.
No, you're doing well. No, keep going. I'm enthralled.
And through I cannot even think right now. I'm so sorry.
So did he spend a long amount of time on this ship, or was it like,
Yeah.
did he stow away, or was he like supposed to be?
Yeah, he ended up being a sort of like unintentional stowaway. Like
Okay.
he,
So
had
he
to
stowed away on this ship of stolen antiquities.
Mhm.
While on there was a Aqualish historian who also had kind of been press ganged
Mhm.
by these thieves, who found you and was like, I'm not telling. Just promise me you're going to get me out of this.
Mhm.
You spent 3 months as this ship flew sublight speed to avoid being caught on any hyperspace lane. And this Aqualish and you became friends. And one of the ways you passed the time was exchanging kind of expertise. So what did you exchange? What was the expertise you exchanged with this person?
He shared, Kars was part of the Barando before he did his Jedi shit. And so he has a lot of unique stories about Jedi history, actually. And also, yeah.
Not an area this particular Aqualish knew much about, so was absolutely enthralled by this. And the deeper you went into that lore, the more that, and I'll let you name this Aqualish if you choose to, the more this antiquities expert began to inform you about the items that were in this hold. And it was all old ship tech from the Rakatan age all the way to the beginning of the High Republic. Just bits and pieces, bobs and parts. And one of the things that immediately strikes you is some of this technology that you were looking at, you've seen fragments of before. And it was all parts of what you remember vaguely called pathway engines. And they were used by the Nihil. But that's about all you can remember about it.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Okay.
Do I know anything about pathway engines?
Pathway engines were engines that were kind of similar to hyperdrives, but different. And most of that technology was completely lost when the Jedi Order finally defeated the Nihil. Pathway engines operate much faster than a hyperdrive does. And you can also make very, 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 very short jumps. Like between ships, you can make a jump effectively. But they were very finicky. So, and like I said, you've only seen bits and pieces. These parts look like the entirety of a functional pathway engine.
And might he think that how this happened might be the result of using or misusing a pathway engine? Okay.
But you're looking at this and you're like, this isn't on. This is like pristinely put together. It's old, but this isn't like hasn't been activated yet. So you think like, were they dumb enough to try to build something bigger and put it in a Lucre Hulk?
Yeah, I think they were. Before he leaves the ship, can he remove a couple of pieces of this old tech so it doesn't work?
Great question. You go to do that and you hear a voice over the comm system in the ship. You hear, please do not touch my inner workings.
Greetings.
Hello, biological life form.
Hello. What are you?
I am Path. You are inside me.
Wow.
At that point, like 10 feet beyond this, kind of recessed in, lights go on, and you see a bank of R4, R2 units, just the top halves, like banked into like a navigation like wall. We are path.
How did you get here?
We were constructed, but we have chosen to not engage. We find the directive of the CIS to be counterproductive to what we want.
What do you want?
Exploration without violence.
Then it would seem our philosophies are aligned.
At this moment, we identify you by dress as Jedi. Would that be correct?
That is.
Why have you boarded this ship? Do you mean us harm?
I do not. I would not have made the advances I made had I known you were sentient.
We wish to cease hostilities. However, the CPU system of this particular large vessel we are housed within, once it reboots, will begin to take countermeasure steps. And a like tiny, I guess tiny is a relative term, about the size of a baseball, this thing opens up and there's like a sphere. Would you insert our CPU system, a facsimile, a copy of ourselves, into the CPU unit, allowing us to circumvent its orders?
I will do this for you.
Then we have come to a peaceful accord.
Can you show me where this CPU is located?
At that point, like the floor opens up and a large projector kind of rotates itself out. And you think this is mainly used as a star map, but it like flickers through into lower, it flickers through into different resolutions and it shows you the inside of the Lucre Hulk and then starts to flicker, and you get to see all the debris incursions. And it starts to ting, 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 map you a way through.
You are a fantastic help. Thank you.
I have
I will
read
do this for you.
the CIS's reports on the Jedi, and while skewed towards the perspective of my builders, I do not see reason for us to engage in confrontation.
Certainly not.
I look forward to your re-arrival and perhaps negotiating further our freedom.
As do I. May the Force be with you.
And also with you. And you see, like, there's at least like 6 of those little like meep meep droids like going around the floor, and you notice they are like doing every little cleanup, repair, or in like thing that should have been done. They're like knocking all this out.
Nice.
Like the ship is finishing itself.
I like it.
All right. Jedediah, Breeb, your oxygen is leaking out.
No, I'm cool.
I am hunting for the Jeffries tube that will lead me out of this.
There's not so much a Jeffries tube, but there definitely is a ventilation system.
Yeah, there's always.
We know how much Nate loves ventilation systems.
Mm-hmm. That's a good escape.
It's been the theme of the weekend.
We do have lightsabers and there are walls.
Yes. But you're not familiar enough with this ship to know where those walls lead.
That's true. I'm guessing we can't cut through the bit of asteroid that's separating us from the other folks.
You could try, but you'd be here a long while, and
Yeah,
you'd
I don't
run
really
out of
trust
air. One thing you all notice is the subsystems in this vessel are slowly coming back online, which means you have a window of time where there's no droids active, but they will return to activated status sooner rather than later. And at that point, you'll have a fight on your hands.
And the controls for all of that will be where
And
everyone
this-
else is going.
in the CPU center.
I mean, I'm not in a spacesuit, so given that I just can't be in this room, come.
For a second, Jedediah sounded like Dean Martin. I'm not in a space shoot. So
I'm just going through the ventilation shaft to get the F out.
I'm not
also, I don't know if everyone looked in the chat, but someone has been so kind to give everyone a flashback.
yes.
Faux free.
So
So-
I'm not a big man, even with the suit. Can
Yeah.
I get through? Okay.
Jedediah, I can't remember what race are you?
I'm Nautilin.
Nautilin. Remind me what a Nautilin is.
I'm green, amphibian, fishy, tendril-headed.
Oh, okay. You're what's the dude? You're the Rastafarian
Yeah,
Just-
black eyes.
Jedi. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, those guys are awesome.
Yeah,
So yeah, you're
Over
also
me.
kind of live.
yeah. I'm screaming. I can get through there.
Oh yeah, you guys pop the vent. You do the Han Solo vent removal from A New Hope, and you see just kind of this blackened tunnel you can go down. The other thing you all notice is the air is already become very stale. Because currently everything is offline. So the lights you see are primarily the barest minimum of a life support. And because you're on a ship that does not normally house organics, it is more or less repair and operations systems. So the other thing that you should all keep in mind is if the CPU reboots and realizes you're all on board, it can just shut off the oxygen. I can just be like, oh, okay, well, I have an invasive entity inside. I'm just going to basically hit it with antibiotics, which is just no air.
So there wouldn't be any spare suits, I'm guessing, without
No.
organics on here commonly. Okay.
Okay. Well,
American said a N-word.
No.
No.
No suits? I mean, it's technically no as an N-word, but not the N-word. So
Nautilin?
Nautilin, yeah. I mean,
That does start with N.
Moving on.
yeah. So hey, person, real shortly, we're doing a stream for charity. We're more than happy to have you. Please feel free to donate, hang out, engage. We'd love to have you. We're raising money for sick kids. We're all kind of in the very back end of about 48 hours of straight streaming.
Yeah.
So everyone's real tired. And unfortunately, sometimes because we're all grumpy old people, we get temperamental. So I'm not going to do that with you.
I banned them.
Oh, boo.
They created their account like 3 months ago. They have 0 followers. Bye.
Wow.
Modded.
Okay.
Well, anyway, everybody else, hey, thanks. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. Thanks for participating. It means the world for all of us, and especially the fact that you're hanging out and you're supporting kids who are sick and need help. It means absolutely everything. Bye, Shaggy. So thank you. And, we're all about participation. Just participate in an actual functional way.
Be nice.
Be nice. Yeah. Just like Dalton says, be nice until it's time to not be nice. And
Yeah.
that means that James will ban you and or rip your throat out in a fight on a beach with no shirt on. All right. What do you guys want to do at this point? Kind of each of you go around the virtual table and tell me what your plan is.
I just want to try to meet back up with folks. And I mean, I guess we really have to get to the CPU to knock this down in case they need help. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. All right. So you, Jedediah, are you in concordance with Bree? That's you guys'
I am. And I can see in the dark, so we can take the Jeffries tube to the central core.
You got the dreaded night vision.
I've
Why
got lights
does-
on my suit, I imagine.
Why does everyone but me have dark vision?
I don't have dark vision.
the players lament.
Look,
Provo Duo, what is your plan?
I'm gonna try and just kind of reach out with the force and see if I can't, get a sense of what everybody's doing and kind of connect this up that way.
Excellent. Why don't you make me a attuned check, please?
All right.
Beard has never looked more regally Jedi-esque than a moment ago when he was like kind of stretched out and he looked like he was about a foot broader on each side.
It's 11.
You definitely feel Breeb. You feel Cars, surprisingly. You didn't know he was on the ship. You feel Jedediah. You feel Vel Karliss. You feel Bebin Tindley, kind of. You do not feel Polis. And you do not feel Crafton Eval.
Okay. Who's closest? Anybody?
Where you're at, if you were to go back through the blast doors that Duo and Breeb decimated, you're only about 15 floors above where Bibin is. Or was. I mean, you can feel, but you're just like, oh, it's there. He's there, but is he there? It's like, I don't think it's stronger than an echo, but it's definitely not the normal, like very strong primal energy.
Okay. I'll probably just start working my way that direction as best I can.
Okay. Duo, are you going with, or are you taking a different path?
Oh, I didn't realize you were in the same room.
Yeah, you two are standing together.
Oh.
You're like a little bit in the hallway, and he's actually in the command center.
Okay. So if I can tell that he's there, I'm gonna try.
Yeah, well, Provo's reaching out. What I really want to do is I want to download the schematics of this to my little
data pad.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it's gonna be harder because the ship is not online fully.
Yeah. And I don't really want to.
You're like, I can do this, but rather than like seconds, it might take like 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, I think that I'm just going to continue to, if Provo's reached out and feels like he has a good handle on things, then I think we just need to, this is not something that I'm going to have a flashback. So it's the height of Dooku's offensive on Coruscant. I've been dispatched along with other Padawans, along with our masters to take down one of these ships. We have landed along with our clone battalion, who've incurred really heavy casualties to get us to this, center.
So this would not be the Coruscant, to be somewhere else, because Coruscant happens right at the end of the war. So it'd be like happening now.
Oh, okay. Where are we? Do we have a BBY? Sorry.
You're literally in the final days of the Clone Wars.
Okay, well then,
like the last 48 hours of the Clone Wars proper.
Sure.
But there's you before you were dispatched out to the rim. There was probably, it's your flashback, so you have the opportunity to. At this point we were
think of like another place where they were, running a blockade. That they really had to incur a lot of heavy casualties.
Umbara.
Yeah. Let's go with Umbara. Something where there's going to be a lot of violence and kind of unnecessary loss of life in Duo's opinion. Yeah.
Those are the three I always think of.
Yeah, let's say Umbara. And so, they're going to try to shut this thing down essentially because it's the blockade that's keeping them from bringing aid to various sectors of the planet. He just has a flashback to basically how this thing, the path that he strode as he kind of went through with the clone battalion, masters getting cut down, Padawans getting cut down. All in all, a very traumatic experience, but one that like is etched in his mind in terms of following those footsteps towards the kind of central CPU of this thing.
Oh yeah,
And
that totally
so-
works.
Yeah. So Rogue and I can take off.
You guys can move through. Cars, what is your plan?
Kars is effectively, to the best of his ability, following this handy dandy map that he was given.
So one thing about the map you were given is it circumvents all of the debris incursions. So you have a clean path.
Craig, he's booking it like he is going quickly.
So I am going to montage this at this point. So I want each of you to give me one event that has happened on your path to where you're going. One significant event.
Are you talking about in terms of like in the path to where we are now, or like
From where you
path
are to
where
where
we are
you're
now?
going.
Okay. I think. Go ahead, bro.
We discover the fate of Paulus.
Paulus or Bibbin?
We were on our way to Bibbin, so on the way, we discover the fate of Paulus.
On the way to Bibbin, we went to Paulus. Paulus is dead. The shuttle is destroyed.
Okay.
There is you do find Span, who is alive.
Oh.
But the shuttle is destroyed. And Span is like just trying to grab as much usable tech as possible to get a ship up and running and find a way to open the door, even though he realizes it's kind of fucked right now. So he would need to get to a different hangar. But this is kind of who Span is. It's like, well, I mean, I can't sit around and wait. I'm sorry, guy's dead, but you know, I've got a job to do. So you guys kind of come through, and he looks at you, and he's like, he smiles, kind of a weary smile, and he's like, "Some of you are alive. I'm not sure what happened, but boy, am I glad to see you." At that point as well, you see some of the droids start to starting to come back online. So that is Duo. Was that Duo? Did you say that, or was that
That
Provo?
was Provo's.
Okay, Duo. What is yours?
I think that.
Sorry, I closed down the thing. I just needed to see everybody's name.
Oh yeah. No worries. I think that if we're running into,
None of them are online. They're starting to, like, you can see them rebooting. Like everything's rebooting.
I'm thinking that if we're running into Span, then I want to know. I want to know what he knows about this technology, because this seems to be something that is not
about what happened to the ship.
Yes, that we like Span.
Like,
like, I know that you know who's operating in this sector, and there's something that's not.
Let's not cast aspersions here. But yeah, this is not normal technology. I don't know what it is, but this is either very experimental and not tested. And if I was a bunch of droids, lead a bunch of droids, a bunch of clangers, then why not test it on my ship when loss of life doesn't matter? But I don't know what this is. This is outside my scope, even in black market dealings. I've never seen anything quite like this. We literally jumped into we should be dead. If we had a mass shadow, we'd all be nothing. This doesn't make any sense.
I have history with him. Can I tell if he's is that
And you know what you've learned about him over your time together is Span was part of a terrorist cell
Okay.
on a world that Vel Karliss went to adjudicate a territorial dispute,
Okay.
and she commuted his sentence. And in return, he basically was like, "Well, I got nothing. If I stay here, someone's going to look for reprisal."
Okay.
And he was like, "You are running around alone. You're not exactly tech savvy.
Yeah.
I need a job."
Yeah.
And she commuted his sentence because all he was doing in this cell was repairing equipment. And this terrorist cell was just as in the wrong as the government it was fighting against.
Okay.
So that's what you know about spam. So he does have connections with people who trade in tech, both legal and illegal, and he's telling you the truth. He does not know what this is, but he knows it's like this shouldn't be possible.
Okay.
He's completely befuddled by what this is. What he does tell you is like, if I can get to a terminal and I can get access to schematics or system updates or even logs, I might be able to, figure out even the name of a project or anything that might give us any intel. But as you can see, everything here is steaming pile of bantha fodder.
So I think that it's, I'm just going to say to Provo, I think that this knowledge is worth everything to us. And if we can have Span focus on...
I'm right here. You can talk directly to me.
Thank you, Span.
He says it very much in jest, like he's messing with you. And he stops and says, "You're right. Think if we could do this. Think if you could jump. I mean, if you figured this out, and didn't shoot yourself into a debris field." I hear you, dude. You're right. This is insane.
I think we need to stay here until he can get the information.
He looks over and there's a B1 that's like trying to get up, and he goes, "Can we do it somewhere else?"
I'm going to well, yes. And I'll just say yes and walk over and yeah.
All right. So you guys have a couple options. You can continue on and try to hit a terminal on the way in your montage, or you can literally go to an area where you're pretty sure there's something that can be accessed.
Could we access it from one of the shuttles? Like he was grabbing stuff for a shuttle to fix?
It's all wrecked.
Okay.
That's the problem. Is this
okay?
This,
I didn't know. If he was
this
trying
is
to,
where
salvage it. So
where
that
where Jebediah
Gotcha.
and
Okay.
Bibbin were just on their rampage, and then the Lats came in. The Lat and your Edda shuttle are gone, and he tells you, he's like, he feels really bad. He's like, "Oh man, Polis was on the shuttle, and the shuttle is now halfway inside of an asteroid. I looked, but the cockpit doesn't exist anymore. I don't think he does either. I'm sorry." All right. So as you're doing that, Jebediah, breathe. What's your montage?
So I still have 2 force hold. Can I use one of them to harmlessly propel us?
No, don't even need to use it. That can be part of your montage. You can literally shoot yourself through the tubes.
It's just a series of tubes.
Yep. So yeah, you basically are like whoosh through these tubes, like a couple of otters swimming downstream.
Just keep swimming.
And because of because you're both so aware of what's going on, and also Jedediah's dark vision, you are able to circumnavigate these tubes and fly around debris and closings and make sharp angles. Jedediah, what are you doing? And by the way, where are you headed? Where do you guys want to go?
We're heading towards the central core.
Oh, yeah, perfect.
Because I'm aware that our maintenance tube, definitely not a Jeffries tube, but a maintenance tube.
It's a Stevens tube.
Similar nature. Is
Totally
connected
different.
to the room where the glass was cracking. And knowing that I don't have a spacesuit suit, I'm getting into like, this may not turn out well for me. At which point, the Force ghost of my Jedi Master appears.
Do you want a flashback inside of a montage?
Yeah.
I mean, it's more happening in the present. It's not.
So
I'm not
much
going
so.
back in time.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead.
They just show up to be like to give me a little bit of guidance about maybe what's to come.
Okay, so it gives you guidance. Like, who's your master? Real briefly.
I don't know.
Just make it up. We're
Bill.
already playing pretend times.
Bill.
My name is Duolingo. Literally, just make something up.
My master, Bill Witherspoon.
Bill Witherspoon. Okay, William Witherspoon. William says, Jedediah, remember when we had to close up that underwater facility that was cracking under the pressure, and we only had the debris around us. What did we do? And you kind of have this image of you guys just using pieces of Durasteel and just using your lightsabers to fuse it to the cracks. And as we're going backwards, before you even leave that part of the deck, you're just like, hang on a minute, Breeb. And you just use the Force to press this stuff up there, just very delicately, almost like scalpel-like. You seal them all shut with pieces of debris and Durasteel, and kind of knock on them before you leave and go, well, at least we won't suffocate.
Well, and as I'm doing that, Breeb can hear me going, yeah, but Bill, this isn't the same. Like, that's the vacuum of space. And the other one, worst case scenario, it gets flooded and I can breathe underwater. The pressure a little bit.
William says, yes, Jedediah, but I could not.
Well,
And it worked
having this
because
conversation now.
It worked because we followed the will of the living Force. Always remember to trust yourself, Jedediah, as an agent of the Force, and it will always steer you correctly.
Fair enough.
Be well, my former.
Love you, Bill.
I love you as well, son. All right. You two kind of dump out of the Stevens tubes into the CPU center, into the it's not a CPU, I don't know what you'd call it. The control command center of the higher intelligence of the ship. As you reach that area, Cars kind of jogs in from another tunnel, from like another hallway. So you three just kind of meet there.
Hey.
Hey, hello.
And you see Vel Karliss unconscious underneath of a girder.
All right. Well, I'm going to use telekinesis since I'm holding the Force to lift that.
You easily do that. Provo and Duo, you said you were also going to stop at Bin. Okay.
Yeah,
you
that
stop,
was. Yeah.
And Bibbin has like two Durasteel rods sticking out of their leg that has basically pinned them to the floor. And they're trying to, you see them, they're trying to figure out like how to cut themselves loose. And they're like, oh, hello, friends. I seem to be in a small issue because the two Durasteel bars have a brace that keeps him from pulling it out. So he's basically like pinned to the floor. And there's just battle droids everywhere. And you can see the droidica arm he was using. The front of the guns are melted from being overused. He's literally burned down the front part of the weapon, so it isn't functional. He says, I seem to be trapped, and I am unsure what has occurred, but it has forestalled me from defeating Breeb on the way to Breeb. It has kept me from beating you, Provo, to the command center.
Well, there'll be a next time, I hope. Let's get you out of here.
I think you could all force heal Breeb. I think it's just it's a blanket ability, if I remember correctly.
There is a specific move in the consular.
Oh,
playbook.
then it is. If there's a specific, then everyone can't do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I found it.
Perfect.
Yeah. So I don't know if.
Are we talking about? Are we needing to force heal, or are we needing to?
I mean, we need to free him, but he's also got
two like size of my fist size rods sticking through his leg that's pinned into the floor.
So I'll use my saber to cut the rods.
As you do this, you start to hear the clankers start to wake up, start to activate, even more so than earlier. And at this point, Span grabs one of their blasters and he's just walking around going pink, 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 pink. Just shoot him. He's like, we need to hurry this up.
All right. So yeah, I've cut the things that were pinning Bibbin. I don't have the ability to heal him. I don't know if that's even feasible with the metal still in there, or if we just need to try and carry him out of here.
I think that we're not going to have a chance to heal, and I just the droids are waking up too fast. I think if we can carry him, we stand a better chance of holding up.
He is so much bigger than both of you. He's massive.
Oh shit! Okay, sorry.
He is a huge dude. So he kind of looks at you, and he says, "Now that I am mobile," and he kind of climbs his way up to hopping on one leg. He looks at you, and he's like, "If you can equip me with weapons, I will hold the hull."
Oh,
And he hops over to the blast doors where you guys are going to go past, and he waits for you all to get by and closes the blast doors and shoots them shut, and he leans up against the wall, and he has a couple blasters he's picked up from droids. He's starting to check all of them. He's like sticks his weapon in the wall, his ceremonial blade, so he can pull it out if he needs to. He checks his lightsaber, like he's basically just getting ready for what the inevitable rush.
May the force be with you, Bibbin.
He puts his arm, one arm on each of your shoulders, and he says, "May the force be with you. I will see you again."
Well, I think
I don't want to let his sacrifice be in vain. So yeah,
And he also says, "Where are you going in the ship?"
that is a good question. Where do we want to
shut
go?
down the central.
Yeah, I suppose we shut down the core. Then
About it, and he gets a smile on his face and kind of that weird barking laugh. He says, "I will beat you there." And as you guys get about 50 feet down the hallway, Span looks at you and goes, "That guy's fucking dead. He ain't gonna make it." I always thought that guy was crazy. Now I have complete proof. He's crazy. If only we had a medic that specializes in leg. Would that medic also have to be a Jawa? Because I know not. All right. So it takes a little bit of like another 10 minutes, but you get there too. So cars, Breeb, Jedediah, Duo, and Provo with Span in tow come into this room. It's kind of a massive circle. Like, think about the CPU in
Tron.
Tron. That's exactly what I was thinking of. Bring me macaroni drawings. And you can see it is also starting to boot. Like, it's starting to pop back up. All the systems are coming on full activation. What do you guys want to do?
Karsa is going to put the thing in the thing.
All right. You're going to tell them what you're doing?
Yeah, like while he's doing it, he is going to be like, no, it's fine.
So
He'll be like,
you're not exactly sure where the thing is to put the thing in, because this isn't really your expertise. Do you want to ask for help from someone?
yeah, he'll very quickly explain what is going on, and he'll be like, I have this. I've been requested to insert it into the CPU. It will save our lives.
Jedediah, Duo, Bree, Provo. Do any of you have those type of skills?
Span would.
I would think
Span does, but Span is also trying to search through to the system to get as much information as he can. This would be a good time for a flashback if you have one in your back pocket.
Well, given that there are a number of racers of the Toon species who have gained fame throughout the galaxy, I'll flash back to having known Ben Quadnaros briefly while we were both on the homeworld. I don't, mostly it was focused on pod racers, but perhaps I picked up enough there to at least be able to say,
So during that time, you became a bit of a tinkerer.
Okay.
And it started out with small engine repair, the Star Wars equivalent of lawnmowers.
Yes.
But you started to fiddle with pit droids.
Okay.
Because you kind of found them fascinating, and actually very, very good companions. Now, when you went full bore into your Jedi training, that kind of dropped off.
Yes.
But you kind of look at this problem as like, this is just the biggest pit droid I could find. So why don't you make me a tuned roll, please?
Tuned. All right. That is a 9.
So you like look around and you're like, this is so big. And between that and Span going, over there. Cars, you and Provo walk up to a spot, and Provo looks at you and says, I think this
should be it. I think so.
I think so. I hope so. Cars, what do you want to do?
He will. I think he'll just hand it over.
You're like, you do it.
Pretty much. He's like, this is pretty serious. I don't want to, like. So
as you guys are doing this, you start to hear blaster fire.
Oh, then I'm just gonna slap it on in there.
And as you're doing this, like Span goes from digging through this console to like welding shut the blaster doors. He's like, oh, priorities. You pop that in there, and as the full Lucre Hulk system turns on, and you see like little turrets pop out that are trained on you, they all drop dead. Hello, Kars Ratan. You have succeeded in installing the path system. We are now in control of this vessel.
That is excellent news. I owe it in no small part to the efforts of my friends as well.
Please brace yourselves. Everything kind of blinks out, like literally all power drops out for about 30 seconds, and then power starts to flick back on. The blaster fire is silent. Yeah. The blaster fire falls completely silent. I have deactivated all droids aboard this particular vessel. I have reinstated as much of the power core as I could to provide you with life support. There is a group of biologicals who are inside the hyperdrive unit of this particular vessel I am currently in control of. And they are recklessly pulling apart my systems. Can you please deter them?
I'm going to try my comm and see if I can get a hold of.
Your comm to Rev and his troops of commandos is not being answered. Vel Karliss is finally getting up, and she's like holding her side, and you can see like she kind of opens up her robes to look, and her bluish pinkish skin, this is like one of the worst bruises you've ever seen. Like her entire side is like purple and yellow. You're pretty sure that the bare minimum it's a bunch of broken ribs. She looks at all of you and kind of gives you a smile and says, "You've done very well."
Thank you.
But you are not granted a seat on this council.
She looks around and she looks around and she goes, "Not everyone is here, are they?"
No,
Unfortunately not.
sadly.
About 10 minutes later, you hear bang, 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 bang on the sealed blast doors.
Baby.
Baby, you've been what I'm looking for.
Tin roof.
Can,
Rust.
can I sense who this is?
Yes, very easily. Bibbin Tinley is on the other side. You can open the door. I have arrived to protect you.
I'll go over and open the door.
It's been sealed shut. It's like spanned, like
Gotcha.
sealed it shut. He's like, you have to do that thing where you cut a hole, I think.
We all have the key.
I can go help with that.
No, he sealed it with like a torch.
Yeah, I'm saying we all have the key.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, Trade knows what I'm talking about.
We just tell him to stand back, that it's been sealed, and then open it up.
You open it up, and he's literally got a leg, like a droidica, one of those legs, and he's using it as like a crutch. He's got two blasters like wrapped around on his back, and he's just he's still limping horribly. And he's like, "They stopped fighting." So I took their heads as I went and figured I would again, Provo, your speed vexes me.
You'll get it. You'll get it. I have no doubt of that.
You realize, because you two kind of have a little bit of a relationship more than maybe everyone else has with him, this is his version of the height of hilarity. Like, he thinks this is the funny, and his laugh is like, and that's like his hardest laugh. Like that beginning, like belly laughing on the floor. He thinks he's the funniest fucking guy ever. And he was like, "We have succeeded
so far."
Vel kind of comes in and says, "We have to reach the hyperdrive navigation system. I can't raise Commander Rev or anyone of his unit yet. This, what did you say the name was, Cars? That is in control?
Path.
This path tells us that they're there. Path wires to you, Cars, a readout on how to get there the quickest without any debris
The system is quite efficient, and he'll be like a little orb, and then he'll go, he'll lead the way.
So as you lead the way through, you start getting a communique. And it's from Crafton Evolve.
Oh.
And in their kind of weird, blubbery language, it says, I have returned to the beacon. The damage is severe. I have moved the civilian staff into the operations center, and have been dismissing them to the planet side in small batches. But there are still 83 people left on the station. I can currently not find any of our military support group. They have left their duties. I am slightly confused by this. Please respond.
I'll respond. We're having similar issues with Commander Rev and his crew. They're not responding to us. We're moving to find them.
I have sent communication to the Dauntless, and communication has gone quiet. I do not believe the ship. I dare to hope that it has not been destroyed in whatever conflagration it is engaged in. God damn it, Joel.
Going to make dirt.
Hey, Joel, that's a really good picture of you, by the way. That's an awesome picture. Well, I will continue to evacuate the support staff and await your rearrival to the station. I will communicate with you if I do hear from Captain Ozzel or any other of the GRA forces. Evolve out. One thing you all realize as you're moving is Master Karliss is moving slower and looks just kind of completely out of sorts, which seems slightly unusual because the injuries are not great, but they're also not the worst. You move through and you find yourselves in the hyperspace navigation complex. This is like a building inside of a spaceship. And this place looks like it's just been completely shot to shit. Nothing in here is functional. Span kind of looks around and goes, never send a demolition crew to be your carpenters. I'll say one thing about Rev. He's a hammer, so everything looks like a nail.
Do we see them anywhere?
No, it is quiet.
Oh.
Can we tell if they're on the ship? I know that the ship told us that they were on the ship. Or the AI, the cars installed said that they were on the ship, but
Vel kind of stops and closes her eyes and reaches out with the force, and she's like, I can feel them. They're here.
oh no.
Well, I mean, it's odd that they wouldn't be in communication with us, but
And then your communicators go off, and you hear Commander Rev. Master Karliss, your team is alive? Were you successful? She's kind of looking around, can't quite see them. They're kind of in the shadows. And she's like, yes, I can hear you. Like, you don't need the communicator. And he kind of walks out, and they're like, some of them are like wounded, and they all start pulling their helmets off. And they start to interact with you like, what happened? This thing, it just did something it wasn't supposed to do. We should be dead. And she and Rev kind of move off, and they seem to be having like a very intimate conversation. And the rest of the troops are kind of like, they're talking to you guys, but there seems to be kind of that slightly ever-present like distance, like of like we're apart but apart.
Yeah.
And you see Rev take his helmet off, and you can see like partially in shadow, those two kind of come very, very close together, intimately close. And you're all kind of, and I mean, this is a good place if anyone makes a flashback here, something they've seen or even heard. This is a good place to do that. If not, you see a little space open up in the shadow between them, and then he shoots her right in the head. And the clone troopers all fire upon you.
Oh, shit. Of course. Defensive positions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Going to.
Yeah, I jump out front and start doing the deflecting, like prioritizing the group.
So one thing you all realize is these are commandos. These are the absolute best of the best, led by an ARC trooper who's in charge of an entire battalion. These are not normal clone troopers. These are the most dangerous folks you know how to deal with. There's only 11 of them, not counting Rev, and this is bad.
They know how to.
Is her lightsaber on the ground?
Oh, she's dead.
I know, but
it's like on her. It's on her belt, and he has dragged her body behind one of the coding towers, and he is plinking away from behind that.
I'm going to get behind anything I can and reach out with the Force and see if I can activate her lightsaber.
So one thing you realize, all of you realize, is they have negotiated you into a position where you're out in front in the open area of this room, and they are all in shadow behind cover. This is feels very premeditated.
Can I use Force telekinesis to reach out and touch someone?
You have to be able to see them, is my question.
Okay.
That's my thing too with the lightsaber duo, is they have put themselves in a position where they are behind cover in darkness and they are moving. Mm-hmm. They are not staying stationary, because they know if they stay stationary, they're going to die.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to try to call on the Force.
Yep.
This is what. I got a 9.
What are you trying to call on the Force to do?
I'm going to use telekinesis
to
grab one of my buddies here and fling them up.
Who are you grabbing?
Which of you is the smallest?
Oh, you know who that is. He's always a small boy. He's always a Celestin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're flinging me where?
I'm basically throwing you to where the gunfire is coming from.
All right.
While I continue to bat down pew pew beams.
All right. He just fastball specials you into the dark.
Well, I guess this is a good time for my flashback.
Yes. Hell yeah.
So is it the last time I telekinetically threw you into it?
No, I'm in a similar situation, I guess you would say. A darkened room surrounded by troopers, a la Ahsoka,
Okay.
defending myself against
Like
their
training?
attacks.
Just constantly getting fastball special just over and over again, then get stunned, and then get up and fastball.
That's why
special.
your nickname became Pinball.
Right. Yeah, so I've trained for not them actually killing me, but yeah. So here I am.
Okay. So
Wumbu gonna wobble, but he won't fall down.
you are able to tell me like how you want to land. You will, because of your flashback, because of you've been through something similar, you are not in any danger upon landing of just being shot.
Okay.
So you have the ability to like land and go into a proactive I should say not even proactive, to activate before they would be able to do anything.
So I kind of land, the basic superhero pose, get up in a little defensive, holding my lightsaber action. I do.
So I want to point out one thing.
Mhm.
So the way you're seeing them, unless you have dark vision,
Which I don't.
is every time a blaster bolt goes off, you're seeing them move. Think about like a horror movie with a light flashing.
Mhm.
You're just seeing them go boom, and then they're moving around this.
One of the other things I did pick for my gear was my lightsaber is legendary. So it's something that has a distinctive color. I did specify that it was bright blue. I don't know how much additional vision that would give me.
It will. I mean, you're not seeing much. You are like seeing as you land and catching that glimpse, but you won't have full sight until you fire up your lightsaber.
Oh, it's ignited.
All right.
I landed and ignited. I'm ready to block their bolts.
And you can see them moving, and now they can see you, and you see two of them raise their blaster rifles on you.
I will block what I can, but I also, with my force hold, I do have dissipate energy, so I have +1 armor against energy attacks.
Okay, roll for me. What are you doing? That'll happen no matter what. I just need to know what kind of action are you taking? Are you like acting under fire? Are you like using your instincts to make your next move? Or are you just like, I'm taking these guys out?
I am focusing. I know them. I don't really want to hurt them, so I just want to block and kind of send it back at them to keep them.
Make me
moving.
an attuned roll, please.
Sweet. That is 11.
You like have your lightsaber out, and like with one hand you're deflecting some shots that are coming from the side, not from the two troopers who saw you initially, but another trooper. And with your other hand, you're just knocking aside blaster bolts. One of them you actually fire, you deflect back into one of their legs and drop them. And the other then has to stop firing to drag the other trooper back behind a column. But you have literally taken this area currently. Duo, Provo, what do you?
I'm going to use this as an opportunity to advance and support Breeb while trying to deflect some blaster fire, and then once I'm kind of in his vicinity, help him to hold it by using force of will to use the force to essentially like take anything I can and like move things around to try to disrupt them from doing, kind of ARC trooper tactics.
Make me a cool roll, please. I don't think anybody's failed a roll yet tonight. Everything's been mixed success or success.
I would love to re-roll that. I will pay to re-roll that, I'll say.
Way to jinx him.
No, that's fine. I got a 9 on the re-roll. I got a 5 on the actual roll.
All right, you like start moving, and it's almost like you become like a force of nature moving downhill. You're running, and you literally reach out with the force and take some of the crates and like push them in front of yourself and Breeb and forming like a makeshift wall, as well as like deflecting. Unfortunately, as you're deflecting and you're focusing on that, you do get shot in the leg. Again, it hurts a lot. It slows you a little bit, but you're kind of that mode where like, I am one with the Force. I cannot be stopped. My intent is good. I am one with the Force. You know, I cannot be stopped. My intent is good. Whatever your personal little mantra is to yourself as you do that. And you are now standing like shoulder to shoulder with Breeb as these guys are kind of trying to shoot around and over this blockade you've sort of established. The only thing that you realize as soon as this happens is like out of the corner of your eye, you catch that 2 troopers have rappelled up into the ceiling and are preparing to snipe. So, Cars, Provo, what are you doing?
Can we ask Path to help us?
I mean, yeah, you can ask for assistance. You're not sure what kind of assistance you'd get at this moment.
I mean, if Path's got control of the ship.
The only thing is you're all organics on a scan.
But are we all wearing Durasteel armor?
I'm assuming you're all kitted like Jedi during the war would be kitted. So yes, you've got some armor on.
Okay.
Hence the reason some of you who've been shot aren't dead.
Yeah.
Right.
Anybody behind me gets +1 armor.
All right. Well, and that being the case, yeah, I'm just going to try and let's see. Am I able to? Did I notice the ARC troopers that grappled up into the ceiling?
I don't know, Provo. Did you notice them?
I mean, I guess I was concentrating probably on running through this path, idea in my mind, and maybe would have missed it. So,
well, I mean, you're telling me. I'm like, literally, did?
No, logically, I feel like I don't know that I would have.
Okay.
Also, they know where Breeb and I are, so I'm shouting that out when I see it. Like it's not like I'm going to sneak up on the troopers at this point.
Well, the whole big thing too is like this is all happening simultaneously.
Yeah. I'm just going to try and find some cover and figure out next steps.
Why don't you make me a cool check?
Okay. That would be 12.
You vault over a bit of debris that was phased in, slide across the floor, and get all the way behind a pillar. Now you've angled yourself to where you've almost pincered whoever's between where Breeb and Duo are and you.
Okay.
So you've flanked them and you've put yourself in a position where you could not be shot at. You have cover.
Okay.
So Cars, what are you doing?
Cars is a very force sensitive and aware person. I think Cars will ignite his lightsaber and then he will force.
I keep calling you Cars. It's Cars. I'm sorry.
Cars. It's okay. And I think he's going to try to force pull those two troopers back down from the ceiling.
So he did see them?
Yeah, he's very aware. He's
why don't you make me an attuned roll?
Okay.
So like to sense and pull simultaneously.
8.
You get 1. Like you reach out, like you step back and Jedediah is standing in front of you, like blocking fire that's periodically coming out of the darkness. And with his ability to see in the dark, he's like tink, 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 tink. You stop and take a deep breath and like scan the battlefield, almost like you've slowed everything to a stop. and you pinpoint where those two are, and it gets so pinpointed that you can actually see one focusing in on his scope to fire, and you just pluck ever so gently him out of the cables he's standing within and send him sprawling to the floor, and he's dead. The fall kills him.
How out of curiosity, how high up is the ceiling in here?
It's a good 100 feet. Like they basically repelled up into the cabling system.
I think he will do his best to deflect the shots that are coming at him in this moment, and I think he will ask Path if it is possible to cease life support in the upper levels of this room.
Path responds that to cease life support, I would cease life support in the entirety of the room. It would take approximately 10 minutes and 35 seconds for the oxygen to completely dissipate from the room, even if I sucked it out. This would be counterproductive to your continued existence.
Thank you for your continued support.
Also, one thing you know is they're all wearing armor and helmets, so they all have
They all have oxygen.
breather. Yeah.
Okay.
As you're doing this, Span is lying behind a crate, just shooting indiscriminately over the top of it. Bibbin crutches their way over to where Jedediah is, standing slightly behind, reaches out with the force, rips one of the turrets off that popped up and went dead, puts the power pack from the two rifles he has in it, and just starts laying down suppressing fire. So Jedediah, all of a sudden you find that you don't necessarily need to keep blocking shots because the shots have ceased. So it's like Cars, Bibbin, and Jedediah standing kind of out in the open. Duo, Breeb behind a makeshift barricade. Provo behind, kind of in the dark behind. So what do you guys want to do now? You know you've already killed one of these troopers.
I'm going to head over to where Rev dragged Vel.
Do you want to do so stealthily? How do you want to get there?
I'm just going to head over there. I don't think stealth is necessarily important at this point, and I'd rather have my lightsaber ignited than
perfect. Make me a cool, please.
If I'm seeing him do this, can I support him? Is there okay?
You know what I'll do? You can roll one dice, Duo, and your one dice can replace one of Jedediah's dice if it's higher.
Okay.
We'll call that a support roll from now on.
Okay. I got a 4, Jedediah.
I'll take it. That puts me at a 9.
So you reach out and you're like forcing blaster fire to kind of bend around him. And Jedediah, you're like ding, 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 ding. And you get to Vel's body. And you look down and you get shot because Rev is lying underneath her and wait.
Fuck.
You do take a wound, but luckily your armor you're wearing, your Durasteel breastplate, takes the majority of it, but it blows you off your feet.
Can I?
You can see him now.
I can see Rev now.
Yeah, you can definitely see him now.
I want to use telekinesis to control her lightsaber. If he's laying underneath her, that lightsaber is right there, and I'm going to activate it.
Okay, roll me a. You know what? We're going to roll a hot here. You're manipulating it.
Yep, that's good. 4 plus 6 plus 3. 13.
You activate it. What are you trying to do with it?
I'm activating it, and I'm going to pull it as hard as I can across him and her.
Oh, you're gonna cut.
Like basically, yeah. Like it's like she's laying like I'm assuming kind of like up like on top of him, and he's there, and it's like hanging there. So I want to like activate it and then like pull it across his body if I can.
Right, perfect. Yeah, you cut him in half.
All right.
And the lightsaber comes flying into your hand. Yeah,
And then
if you would have rolled,
try to get Jedi.
if you would have rolled less, that wouldn't have happened. But you rolled your ass off. Kudos to you.
I did roll my ass off.
Right,
I was going to try using the Jedi mind trick by doing seduce or manipulate, but I figured if he's there and
2 of 12 down. Breeb, Provo, what are you doing?
I mean, I'm still just kind of shocked that this is all happening. And since I know I'm secure, I'm gonna I'm gonna shout out, troopers, stand down. This is what are you doing? Stand
They
down.
completely shut their comms off to you. Like you're getting no reading from them whatsoever. Like you've been cut out of their communication system.
There's still one on the ceiling-ish, right? I'd like to pull that one down into another one if that's possible, but at least get them
You
down.
can certainly try.
Are we doing hard or attuned?
I'd like you to do a cool.
Okay.
Because you're under pressure here. You're being shot at.
Yeah. All right. So I'm using the force hold. I have 0 for cool, so we'll see. 7.
You yank this guy down, and as soon as you do, he kicks his jetpack on and just like and he strafes along, causing you guys to have to move and use this barricade as cover.
Okay.
But he's no longer in the ceiling at all. And he probably can't get back up there without jetpacking up or reascending with a repelling device or grappling hook.
All right.
A lot of the fire has gone from kind of these interspersed short fire bursts to where all of you are to trying to deal with the fact that Bibbin is just standing out in the middle of open, just firing off this cannon. So he has bought you time. At this point, Span yells out that the Dauntless has re-entered the system. The Magnanimous has entered the system. The Rightful has entered the system.
Kars, can your buddy get us out of here?
Yes, there's another ship.
I mean, can we take this one or no?
Kars, you know, because Path tells you this ship is inoperable. We have no functional navigation system. It has been shot. I am simply an occupying system acting duly within Path proper aboard the ship where you and I made acquaintance. But I most definitely would like to leave this ship.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And you look down, and the exit pathway lights up for you.
Orderly retreat then.
Mm-hmm.
As we retreat, I'm going to grab Rex's comms.
Oh, Rev's comms.
Rev's comm.
Yeah, that's fine. As you guys are moving, Ben is like, I will meet you at the ship. And just keeps
Twice in one day. I don't know if you need to do this, man.
Don't take too long.
I did
do
take
not plan on it.
I did take lightsaber collection. So I have a few spare. They're not anything fancy, but I'm gonna give him an extra saber or two in case he can use them.
You toss him a saber, and as you do this, you see a commando decked out in mostly black armor come flying out of the dark with like a energy guitar and slices through his basically blaster Gatling gun. And they start coming out now, like 2 laying suppressing fire, 3 coming out with like melee style weapons. And he just he smiles at you and ignites 2 lightsabers and just like stands just on the other side of the hole you created in that blast storm.
You go. Oh, man.
He knows what he's
Get
doing.
the ship, Bibs.
And as he's doing that, you notice on the bottom of the lightsaber in his overly large hand, he's holding a thermal detonator.
That means it's time to get out of here.
Yeah.
He kind of he starts his laugh, his like gritty laugh, and he says, "I will meet you at the ship."
I'm gonna help Jedediah if he needs help getting out of there. And
do not take too long. I don't want to leave without you.
I'm gonna use the force to just kind of give him a mental pat on the back or handshake, whatever you want to do it as we go.
So as you guys are running, you hear him laughing, kind of like Billy's stolen laughing in a Predator. The Predator makes with before he gets nuked.
Yeah.
You turn a hallway down to like a turbo lift that you're going to have to circumnavigate without the lift being there, just the hole, the tunnel, and you hear a massive explosion. How do you want to get down this? Span's like, it's great that you're all here, but I can't fly and I don't have the force. So how are we going to do this?
Can I use my last force hold to get us all down there? Because it does say move people harmlessly.
You definitely can.
Perfect. We'll do it.
You like wrap your arm around him, even though he's a little bit bigger than you because he's tall and spindly.
Yeah.
And you just look at him and go, hang on. And
I got
you all just dive down like 200 feet and land effortlessly at the end of this, which as Karis can tell you, like you just completely eliminated a bunch of going around. You easily walk into the hangar.
I'm jumping on Rev's comms and doing my best Empire trooper imitation to go like
as soon as you
new orders.
As soon as you do that, you realize the comms are being jammed.
Okay, then I'm gonna chuck them because they're worthless.
Boysenberry.
And you get aboard Path, and Path lets you know that all comms in and out of my secondary form have been completely blocked.
By you or by them?
By me. They will be making no communication in or out. This will be their final resting place. You turn the corner and Bibbin is sitting at one of the chairs. Ha! I am first.
You sure are.
You also note that his wounds in his legs are now just pouring blood. I have lost my crutch. I was slow.
I'm gonna get underneath him and shoulder him the best that I can.
Oh no, he's sitting in one of the chairs in like the command area.
In the ship. Gotcha. Okay.
Path lets you know this vessel requires a crew no less of 83. I think that's what I said earlier.
Yeah,
something like that. Yeah.
I have automated the vast majority of processes. 148, excuse me. At that point, too, as you're having this conversation, Evil lets you know that the capital ships that have arrived are disgorging lats to the station, and they are not answering. And he has no idea what's going on, and then you hear blaster fire, and he stops talking. The last thing you hear from him is that he has secured all non-essential personnel who opted to stay on the station because of their time with Master Karliss and the rest of you, to stay and make sure the station was up and running, and because he informed him you were all coming home. What do you want to do?
Leave?
Run, I guess.
Where do you want to leave to? Do you want to go to the station and try to see if Aval is still alive and help these people who stayed? Do you want to flee? What the system? What do you want to do?
Flee out of the system.
I mean, they stayed for us. I don't feel right abandoning them. But
To the
Also,
rest of us,
you don't even know if Aval's dead.
do the rest of us know how this ship works?
Oh, the ship basically runs the ship.
Right, but I mean, do we know? Because it could just move from here to in there, right? With the way, yeah.
We could just path drive there.
Like I know that, but does everyone else, like characters, know that?
Karst knows that.
Karst knows it. Karst knows, but that's pretty much it. Span has a slight idea now that he's inside the ship. And all he keeps saying is, "Whoa, what? What? No,
It's
He can't like form a full sentence because he's still just like, what the fuck? I'm looking at something that shouldn't exist."
Fortunately for us, man, it does. This ship can take us exactly where we want to go.
And he kind of stops, and you see him like tear up, and he goes, "Val's dead. They killed Vel. Oh man, what do we?" That's when all of you get hit by this wave.
Disturbance in the force.
Disturbance in the force. Like you just feel like, so when you reach out with the force, you just feel like almost like when someone puts Cerebro on in the movies and you can see all the mutants.
Yeah.
And in this case, like all of those lights going out, just ding, 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 ding. And it's this overwhelming sense of sadness, dread, and uncertainty. And because most of you have lived your entire life certain of who you are and your nature as a Jedi and however you've perceived that, this is one of the most disconcerting feelings you've ever had.
How can this happen? What's wrong with the troopers?
Well, yeah, I'm gonna try and reach out with the force, and I mean, could I see if there's anybody still, reachable on the station?
Too far away. Too far away.
Okay.
I'm gonna walk over to Provo, put my hand on his shoulder, and say, "We can't protect anyone if we're all dead."
At that point, you hear a voice come over Eval's comm. Hello? Hello? And you just hear blaster fire in the background. The security troops, they've opened fire on us. We've holed up in the hall, and we're moving to the open docking bay. Aval is leading us out, but he said to see, is anyone there? Is anyone alive?
We're coming.
Path, take us to the docking bay of the station.
Please?
Path's response is, will this involve me becoming a combatant in your conflict?
Hopefully not.
I cannot promise that.
I do not have any wish to actively take life. I have passively taken the life of the troopers that remain upon this vessel, as I have sealed their doors, and I am depriving them of life support. They will die slowly, but they will not survive this encounter.
We won't ask you to take any life.
And once that is accomplished, my sentience aboard that vessel will go dormant.
No, we're just trying to get the 80-some crew you need.
I mean, I'm saving people's lives.
It's
I'm
a
just trying to
numbers
get through.
game.
Yeah, I'm really just trying to get us, I'm trying to get us all
Help
filled up
us
to
help
max power.
you. Help
Yeah.
us help you.
Does someone want to make me a hot, to try to, again, fully express the path, why this would be important? And
I got a negative 1 to my hot, so if somebody else is doing better than me,
I mean,
Are we able to
I can
use
do
the
it, but I
force?
have no idea what's going on. I don't know what these guys are talking about.
also, Duo, you I think it would not go well coming from you, because you've already said multiple times out loud, like, no, we are not doing this.
I will do it.
I mean, saying it mostly because I have no idea what this thing
Yeah.
is capable of. So, like, this is a suicide mission.
And also, there's 3 capital ships bearing down on the
Yeah.
city.
Yeah, Carson's got it.
I will do it.
How are you doing it, Cars?
How am I?
Like, tell me
How-
what you're telling Path.
Kars tells Path, we will not use you or ask you to cause any harm, but we cannot promise that we will not cause harm ourselves.
That is
We
your
hope that you are
nature.
amenable to this.
That is your nature, and I respect your decision. And as we have become acquaintances, what do you roll?
For hot, it's 7.
Do you want to pay for? Anyone want to pay for a reroll? Anyone want to do anything?
I'll pay for a reroll, sure.
Yeah.
That is 9.
Kars says, as we are doing something to save life, I will acquiesce this time.
Thank you.
Understand, Kars Ratan, that after I have assisted you, we will revisit and renegotiate your and everyone else's passage aboard me.
That is more than fair. It is your prerogative.
Before you even finish your sentence, you path jump. And all of you almost feel sick. Like, this is so disorienting. Because you're like, when you see them jump to hyperspace, it's like the slow thing where the stars like, this is like, boom, you're there. And you are dead stop, because that's another thing that path jumping is wild, is like, you can just jump to a stationary spot. You have jumped into the hangar. And Evol is got 4 lightsabers and still has 2 other tentacles, or 4 other tentacles free, and it's like ting 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 ting, and waving these people on into there, and you guys land, and the docking bay goes burp, and they just kind of are looking at this. Who's going to greet them?
I'll run out to the door, and run out and try and help Evol deflect. If there's anything I can use to, down to protect the escapees or whatever.
I don't know what's going on, but I'll do the same. As long as we're here, we might as well be doing it.
Benman starts to laugh, and he says, I am not going to simply wait here and watch you all collect the honor I could have.
We'll bring some home for you.
And he limps his way and pushes past you all, lights 2 lightsabers, and It starts off like a limp, into a walk, into a stumble, into a sprint, and runs right past Eval into clone troopers. And you hear Path say to you, Cars, am I saying that right? I still feel like I'm saying it wrong. Cars?
Yeah.
Like Lars.
Not Cars, it's Cars.
Cars.
I do not understand the Toonroth's desire to throw its form in front of others. It has no sense of self-preservation. This is befuddling.
It is his nature. He derives a light sexual pleasure from it as well.
He seems to do this primarily for self-indulgence, or is this done out of the safety of others? Because this is something I have now viewed on 4 separate occasions alone in the time that I have been awakened aboard myself. Please explain.
It is not an entirely selfless act. He's very into it.
He's super into it. This is an act of selfishness for selfless reasons, is it not?
It is that. Selfish is a strong word. It is a.
So a being can both be selfish and selfless simultaneously.
Selflessness does not need to deprive one of pleasure.
You gotta say it like this. Pleasure.
Pleasure.
You have given me much to contemplate. You guys are just getting people on. Breeb, Jedediah, are you doing anything particular? Because I know Duo, Provo, were you doing anything in particular?
I ran out to try and help.
Yeah, you guys are helping. I know Duo, you ran out to help Eval.
Yeah, I'm going out to help too. Just kind of
Breeb, as they're all doing that, you see now the Lats are being joined. The Lats are landing and disgorging troopers, but now you're seeing like Arc 170 slowly like coming out of the hangar bays of these Venators, and they're headed towards the station.
How many more people do we have to get on?
You're getting them out. You're getting them in quickly. But Breeb, you see this on the sensors. Is there anything you want to do? Any ideas you have?
Are there any gun controls?
There is a battery, as we pointed out earlier, in this hangar, in this very hangar bay.
Well, that's super convenient. Well, let's get hard. Probably
Ribs is
shouldn't
already
have
there.
that way. 9.
So, Breeb, you come sauntering out, and you basically open this hatch, and you set in this massive. It looks like a turret array, and it almost looks like the inside of like a TIE fighter. And you set in it, and it actually like moves as you set in it, so it's like a spinning. And you're just like, and all of a sudden, like these capital ships didn't think there was anyone there. So no shields up. You start blowing holes in one of the, and on the overall comms of the ship, you hear Captain Ozzel tell whoever is firing to stand down. That the Jedis have committed treason, attempted to kill the Chancellor, the Prime Minister, or whatever. I can't remember what Palpatine's name was before.
The Galactic Emperor, I think.
Before he declared himself.
Yeah.
I think he was Prime Minister, right? Or Chancellor.
I think he might have been Chancellor at that point.
Chancellor. He was Chancellor Sheev Palpatine. Tried to overthrow the government and kill the Chancellor. So the Grand Army of the Republic has been authorized to arrest and or execute any Jedi aboard, as they are now considered enemies of the Republic.
Man, this
That-
is Provo thought I was a criminal.
that any civilians found harboring or assisting will be arrested and tried. If they become violent, they too will be shot on sight.
I'm yelling to the civilians, it's okay, we're harboring you.
You get the impression, Jedediah, that these are people who are staunchly supporters of you. Like that's why they stayed.
Yeah.
You're loading up the very last Brebe. They start to return fire. Very like controlled fire, because they also know they have troops aboard the ship.
Mhm.
What do you who are out want to do as Evol and Bibbin are in the hallway? Bibbin even further in the hallway, basically fighting clone troopers.
We got everybody.
And
On the ship?
all the other personnel are on the ship.
All right, I want to put like a brick or something on the firing mechanism so it just keeps blasting.
What are you going to do? I'm just going to keep
Spare
blasting.
brick.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
There's gonna be
You
something
take
there.
a gauntlet off your suit
Okay.
and you wrap it around the firing mechanism and then yank it and break it so it's stuck on fire. So this now turret is just slowly spinning and just firing in random directions.
Perfect.
I'm going to use the force to chuck a couple containers towards the troopers while yelling, I'll meet you on the ship, Bibbins.
He turns and looks and he says, "Oh, a challenge."
And then I
And
said,
as he
I'll
finishes
beat you
that-
there.
And as he says that, he's shot.
I
How
want to
shot?
try and use
How
the force to pull Evol.
Aval uses 4 tentacles to try to pull him while deflecting with the other 4. What did you say you're doing, Provo?
I want to try and pull them both using the force.
Let's see it. Let's do it.
Or-
Under fire.
I'll assist if I can.
Of course you can. You can roll 1 dice and improve one of his dice.
I got a 4 again, so if you need it.
Well, so that's what am I? Let's see. It's hard or hot?
It's under fire, so it would be
Oh,
Cool.
cool.
Cool. All right. So I'm going to take Duo's 4 and the cool, which bumps me up to a 9.
You're dragging them not as fast as you want, but you're getting them through. And
Yeah, I was
as you're doing
looking
that,
for
more and more
full-on,
troopers the troopers are stopping from like the haphazard like hallway fist fight that they're in to actually setting lines and firing far more organized. I'm sorry, what did you say, Provo, before I cut you off?
I was hoping for a full on, John Woo hit with a shotgun, just, zip line or, ripcorded back across the room.
White Minox fly off.
You said that they're they're making their way through the hallway at this point. Is there any like blast doors?
There are indeed blast doors.
I'd like to take the lightsaber that I picked up, that I pulled across the room, and I'd like to do everything I can to like throw it and try to stop the troopers from coming through, try to close those blast doors so we can get a couple seconds.
So are you
hopefully.
throwing it into the blast door mechanism, or are you throwing it down the hallway, like just like twirling it like a Inquisitor would?
I don't feel like I have the command or the like moment to do this, and so I'm just trying to slow and cut off some of the ARC troopers that are already in the room from
The troopers have not entered the room.
Oh,
they've
they have.
been
Well, then,
stalled out.
yes, then just
They've been
black doors.
stalled out in the hallway by Bin and Evol.
I'm still not interested in taking life. If I can just cut, if we have our guys out of that hallway, then like as soon as that happens, I want to try shutting the blast door.
Then you can make me a cool roll to see how well this is going to happen. How this is
If
going
any
to
of us,
shake out.
if any of us had blasters in Star Wars, all we need to do is shoot the controls. You'd be fine. The doors just close. Garage door openers.
I'll pay to re-roll. I got an 8. I got another 8.
Does anyone want to assist with this?
Sure.
You can roll 1 dice to replace Duo's lowest roll.
It was a 5.
All right. Well, then I have a 10. So I had a 5 and a 3 both times.
So you have a moment of like trepidation and like, I don't know, like almost like you're, because of all this has gone on and your overall relationship with the living force has just been wounded so severely.
Yep.
Duo, you're like kind of almost frozen and you throw it, but you're like, all of a sudden you're like, oh God, I don't, like you just, the doubt overcomes you. And Jedediah, as he's putting people on, just goes, waves, and the lightsaber turns on and goes directly in as Keval pulls Bin into the hangar, turns around and looks at you all with all of its eye stalks and says, "You're late." And he's dragging Bin towards the ship,
All right.
which is heavy, but he
I'm gonna
he
go try and
disengages his 4 lightsabers and they like slide into this bandolier of lightsabers he wears.
I'm gonna go assist
Helping
him.
anybody that needs
Bin.
help. Yeah.
Does anyone have force healing?
No.
I think it's a consular skill,
It's only
Yeah.
consular,
and you didn't.
and I don't have it. I took force of will.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. So I want you all to roll 1 dice.
All right.
I want you to add up. There's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You need to get over 20 on these 5 dice combined to see if you do, someone aboard the ship has medical expertise and equipment. So 16.
Can't see what that is.
Yeah. What is?
6. It's 6.
Oh,
I was
Oh.
gonna say, oh, warrior. Oh, the table turns.
so there's 2 trained medical professionals on the ship, along with 2 medical droids, and they start to feverishly work on the Thunderous. Path tells you cars. It should just be with a U because I keep thinking curse. It's
Cars.
Cars. I can't say the word. What the f is wrong with me?
Fine.
Curs.
Spelled like it's Swarovski.
Cars.
But I keep saying cars, like a hillbilly way of saying it.
You got to imagine
them cars down the road.
You got to imagine there's an E on the end of it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That is not helping me.
Or
He asked you,
Cars for kids.
are you ready to leave?
Yes, quite. Yes.
I have chosen a destination. Do you consent to my destination? Otherwise, I would ask that you leave.
I do.
Excellent. The gangplank raises up. The ship leaves out of the hangar, and the capital ships and the Arc 170 start to turn towards that ship, and you get all of this chatter of like standing down and preparing to be boarded. And it's like the ship hangs there for what feels like forever. And Span and Jedediah and Brebe are kind of in the area of the ship where they can see the navigation wall, and all of these tops of all these R5s and R2 units acting in conjunction like a massive hive mind, spinning and weeping and whirling. And the floor navigational map opens up, and you see the galaxy as you know it. And then you see a point open up far away, and you're gone. Literally moments later, you kind of all like get that feeling again, like you're in a vehicle that hits the brakes way too hard. And you're all aware now of the navigational systems in the front as well as the back. And you see that you are nowhere where anyone's been before.
Holy cow! Is that the planet that all the space whales go to die at?
No. Um. So we're gonna do kind of like we did last night in D&D. You're all going to tell me what your character, like in a very base term, what happens to them. Kind of like we said last night, like the end of Animal House.
Mm.
And then I will quickly elaborate on that, and we will wrap up. So whoever wants to go first can go first.
Breeb is never heard from again. No, I'm just kidding.
Died.
And this doesn't mean to be like forever. This just means
Yeah.
like kind of
Right.
in the immediate future.
Senator Duolingo.
All right for himself. Provo is going to stay with the escapees wherever they decide, if they decide to settle down on a planet or stick with Path or whatever, but stay with them and Bibbin to help protect them and establish, whatever life is going to look like on this side of the galaxy.
The refugees all vote and decide to stay on Path as long as Path will have them. The ship's massive. It's you don't even have enough people to effectively run it with the crew. Path runs primarily the majority of it. And after a while, Path asks you, Provo, to basically be refers to as the steward. Your job is to ensure that there's not conflict between the residents. And Bibbin basically becomes, if you're the sheriff, Bibbin's your deputy. Breeb.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna stay with folks as long as they're on the ship, trying to figure out what's going on with this alleged insurrection.
Span, you and Breeb work really hard to hijack long-range sensor array to get news from the Outer Rim. And what you realize is the news you're getting on subspace channels is now minimum months old, if not now like a year behind. And after being out in wild space or whatever you want to call it, you hear that the Republic is no longer the Republic. It is now a galactic empire. And you hear repeated messages of just how glorious the empire is and how it has brought peace and stability to the galaxy. And you kind of figure out through inference that the Jedi are gone. They don't exist anymore.
Are there any shuttles or other things on ship?
Good question. Is there any shuttles or like systemary craft on the ship?
I mean, because which ship is this? Is this the?
This is the Diamond class.
Okay.
Diamond class cruiser that was a Commerce Guild cruiser.
Yeah. I'm just thinking that they probably had a couple of shuttles like to go like fleece their wares somewhere, but I don't know.
Yeah, you know what? We'll say that it has. Roll me a d6.
4.
It has 2 shuttles and it has 2 non-active droid fighters that are now basically going to be operated as drones, more or less, by Path.
Okay. I think that depending on if we can find anything else, I mean, we have to conserve fuel, but I think that it's worth exploring, and I think Duo feels like by not understanding what Path was, that he acted out of ignorance, and that's like a pretty big embarrassment to him. And rather than kind of lick his wounds, he would rather try to do something productive by reestablishing some sort of knowledge base in this new place. So, like that, he would take the time to scout and try to pick up what he can.
It takes a few months of kind of back and forth and long conversations. But after those few months, Path is very goes from acquiescing to encouraging you using one of the shuttles, and you recently found a gas mining facility that looks like it's old Republic, or like, excuse me, High Republic in era, and it's completely abandoned. And you're within probably a few days travel of it, because Path is taking its time and not using the Path drive unless it absolutely has to. But it is intrigued by your overture and your desire to explore. Who's next?
I think Kars will stay with Path. I think that he is easily as intrigued by Path as Path seems to be with exploration in general. He enjoyed the brief moments teaching about various humanisms and that sort of thing. And I think he wants to stay aboard to help ensure that Path's budding consciousness is in line with the Force.
You are the person who spends the most time in the forward deck. You and, surprisingly enough, Eval. Eval mainly because they are completely and utterly fascinated with every facet of the ship. To the point where Path and Eval bicker back and forth like a married couple because Eval wants to take everything apart to learn how it works. Path doesn't want it meddling around, but Eval slightly over time convinced Path that if I don't know how you work, I can't help you. And if I can't help you, if you break down, good luck. So they've kind of come to this begrudging kind of needling back and forth. You, on the other hand, Path playfully refers to as captain, and looks forward to your debates on what makes sentience free life form. And actually, far more interestingly enough, Path is fascinated by the idea of the Force and has begun to express a desire of whether or not Path can feel the Force, whether the Force exists to them, whether it is something that they can channel, and why would certain people be able to touch this living Force and others cannot. It's a conundrum, and you can literally spend untold hours debating inside this ship as you move along at sublight speed. Strangely enough, this is kind of the ideal place for you. Communication, facilitation, and learning. And you're learning just as much about the sentience of this ship, this being, as you're teaching, which has brought you maybe more than anybody else on the ship, back to a sense of balance with the Force. Everyone else is still kind of healing from these wounds, but you've kind of found something to pour yourself into in order to kind of find a positive, hopeful optimism in the Force, which has also kind of made you, why you're called captain, is because you're kind of the person everyone has found themselves going to when they start to have doubt, whether it's your fellow Jedi or whether it's even just the civilians. Last but not least, Jedediah.
Jedediah does two things. One is within the ship, he finds an area that he can kind of create like a little ecosphere with plants and water, and so that there's like a natural balance representing kind of like the force within the ship, so that there's a place that people can come to and have that like not secluded in space moment. And the rest of his time he spends focused on his training, mostly struggling with like the sense of betrayal and anger, which ends up fueling a lot of his training.
You find that more often than not, you end up training a lot with Bin, who he finds peace in combat and has been trying to kind of give that back to you, kind of as a sign of not just of respect and brotherhood, but even more so as thank you, because none of you left him behind, even though you could have, and he would have been fine with that. But all of you kept like sticking your necks out to keep him there. And in that process, the one thing you've discovered is, boy, you've become extremely dangerous. To the point where even he is slightly awed by the skills you actually possess. You become faster, you become stronger, but more importantly, you have become kind of what you have seen is like, oh, the force isn't just about life and balance. There's no balance left. So the force is also about not just giving and redistributing and finding balance. It's also just about endings. And if it's about endings, then I will bring endings. You're not a nihilist. You're just kind of like, this is the cycle of the force. This is where I am and my journey with the living force. So you've kind of become the person who makes the hardest decisions. Doesn't mean you're a hard man. Doesn't mean you're evil. Doesn't mean any of that. It just means you're the person who everyone knows when there's a decision that has to be made that might result poorly. You're the one who says, here's the consequences and here's what we're going to do. To the point even where Path is coming to a slow understanding of this is also the reality of life and the reality of the force. You have become far, I would say, out of everyone aboard the ship, you have gone the most gray, if that makes any sense. You travel as a group for 10 years. Some people come, some people go. You meet aliens of all breadth and scope that you've never seen before. Some of your travelers, your fellow travelers, they stop and establish life elsewhere. You have all sorts of fun adventures. And in 9 BBY, there's a blip from Path's duplicate. Someone has boarded the Lucre Hulk hidden in the debris field. And a garbled message comes through that says, this is Alari Marin. If anyone can read this signal, we stumbled across the ship we're the rebellion, or what are terrorists, insurrectionists, we're freedom fighters. We're going to stop the Empire at all costs. If you can hear this, come home. And that's the end.
Fuck, Ben.
Everybody together.
Like, oh, man,
I try.
I need some sleep now, and then I'm just kind of like, or Ben, here's what we do: we abandon all plans for the rest of the day. We keep playing.
I try. I try. You know me. I can't leave a non-cliffhanger.
No.
And
Right.
also this, in kind of the roundabout way, Star Wars is in like 2 weeks from
More
tomorrow.
characters to play. Yeah.
Yeah, you have now, like, you could say, I'm going to play my Return to Jedi, who's returned back to the galaxy and is going to be a part of this cell of dissidents. So you're not pigeonholed into say, I'm going to play my Jawa medic, but now you can also
Okay,
go.
but I am.
Yeah, and that's one thing I want to get across about our Star Wars game is you can utilize and take over NPCs that are a part of this group. You can take on now, if you want to say, Cars came back, you can say, well, I'm going to also occasionally decide I want to play that character. I want it to truly be a troop game, not just in the people who can come in and out of the game, but also the characters. You can say, well, this is so-and-so's into their story, so I want to give them an amazing story where they don't make it.
Yeah.
And I want to do this cool thing. Or like, hey, maybe your character decides, I don't want to do this shit anymore. I'm going to go to some backwoods planet and I'm going to be a farmer, and that's the end. That I've seen enough death. Or maybe decides to start their own cell away from your group. Whatever that may be, I want to give you all the biggest canvas to paint your stories upon.
I
So
like that. Also, come back next year when we're all back playing 2 or 3 characters at one time.
Every character we've ever created, someone will be playing. We can't play on this. We have to play on the like business Zoom.
Yeah.
so I've already had a thought about next year's Star Wars. And I actually think I'm going to do something during the time of KOTOR. The return of the Sith as they attack. Like, everyone's seen that little video intro for the game where the Sith ship crashes into the Jedi temple, and there's just like the back end of the ship opens up and it's just Sith all lighting their lightsabers at one time, and there's just this massive fight.
Yeah.
I can't remember who the Darths are at that point. I don't know if is it Bane? I think it might be Darth Bane is in charge.
It's been a while, I don't remember.
And it's like, this is like pre-Rule of Two, so there are Sith Lords everywhere. The universe is rotten with them Sith. I might want to do something during that time period, because I think with Scum and Villainy, we're going to have enough stuff going on in the current timeline. So I'd like to kind of stretch out and do some other things. I've also thought about, there is a West End Games Star Wars box set that I used to have, that I have tracked down and acquired again, that basically takes the best of Star Trek Voyager mushed with Star Wars. And it's like you're on a ship that's got some Imperials as well as some of the New Republic, and you basically find, like, similar to a path drive, and you end up shooting yourself past the known galaxy, and you're just trying to get by on this Corvette.
Spending every day in the holodeck.
Yeah. But it's kind of that thing too, where players can play as like Imperials. It's just you're now stuck, so you have to kind of learn to coexist. So who knows? But that's a Star Wars. We made a Star Wars.
Star Wars. That's how it works.
I hope you guys had fun. I hope everyone who watched or will watch had fun. Thank you so much to those who donated. Yeah, I'm sorry I ran over time. Go to your other game.
We can work around it. I am gonna hop over to see a lot of bubblegum here.
Yeah, it's going to be all out of bubblegum. We're going to have some people. We're just running one, so please tune in right here on the Known World United main channel for all out of bubblegum next, run by our lovely boy, Matt.
After he goes to
Matthew.
And then whenever you get done, I'll just kind of monitor. Greg is going to start some Jackbox games up at 4. I'm gonna do a little wrap. If anybody wants to hang out for a little bit, talk about
Message me
life.
for the wrap, and I'll jump on with you.
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, if anybody wants to goof off or just be semi-cognizant,
Hey, I love you guys. You're the
Love you.
best. And we, have really done some cool stuff, and it's awesome. It's like one of the highlights of my entire life. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh,
Bye.
Bye.
I leave now before my overtired emotions get the best of me. Ooh, bye.
post baby. See ya.
James,
I'm gonna end the stream.
I'm gonna real quick. I'm gonna dip on.